Take it to the next level.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Online Darts, and it is Pro Tour Live as we have a look at Players Championship 22. Myself, Phil Bars, Henry Deacon will be joining us for the first half, and then I think I'm flying solo for the rest. But Henry, good morning. How are we doing?
Yeah, not too bad, Phil. Not too bad. Wednesday in Barnsley. That is what dreams are made of, right?
Yeah, Chris Murphy, birthday celebration in Barnsley. As the great Stephen Fry once said, I bet he's as happy as a pig in Chardonnay.
I sent him a message earlier. I said there's probably no better place to spend your birthday than the darting mecca that is the Metrodome of Barnsley.
Yeah. Welcome along, everyone. Welcome along, everyone in the chat room. Some superb people in already. Philip Craig, how are we doing? James is in as always. Juanita, hope you are good. Liam, RLB Football is in. Loads of you are in. It's perfect. Pete, how are we doing? First of all, yeah, look, a lot of talk about Adrian Lewis in the chat room. Isn't there today, which suggests to me, like a lot of people are saying, he must be unwell or injured because there was a couple of ropey performances Adrian Lewis like in the qualifier yesterday, Henry. So that says to me he's probably not at his peak. Oh, have we lost Henry? Looks like he's done a gob on us. I will fill in.
Am I back?
Well, he's back. Have you got Gob's internet
Right,
today?
I'll try again. I don't know what internet is. I did an interview for another program earlier. There was an absolute shocker. It took about 3 takes. The internet kept dropping out, but we will persevere. Going back to the answer for me, Adrian's in that category, yes, of players that probably need to play everything to get themselves comfortably into the Grand Prix and comfortably into the other majors for the year. But if you don't feel right, the worst thing you can do is carry on because, it's like as much as you can play yourself into good form, you can go the other way and you can play when you're not feeling well or playing a bit under the weather and you play poorly as a consequence of it. And that can sometimes transpire. So I in that case, it's probably the right thing to do. If you're not feeling 100%, just to take that step back. We've spoken a lot about it with sports people and making sure sometimes you're at the best of your ability, both physically and mentally. Sometimes that's the right thing to do. Just to take that little bit of a step back, come back next time, and know when you are back, you're back properly.
Yeah, Philip also says about Rids. I was speaking to Callum's management last night. He was in Barnsley and felt rough as yesterday morning when he woke up. So went home. So yeah, Cal was in Barnsley but felt as rough as when he woke up yesterday. So he returned home. So that's why I know why Callum's not there. But yesterday it was 9 darts central. Will we see another one or a few today, perhaps?
The thing is, have they if we do get 4, then my word, we're going to have some day ahead of us. That is for certain.
Yeah, look, absolutely. So, yeah, we are going to go through. I'm taking the top half of the draw. Henry is taking the bottom. And, yeah, looking forward to 3 days of Pro Tour action. The last action for some until September. Obviously, the guys that are going off on the World Series will be good. Just setting up the
We're starting straight
springboards
away
now.
with World Series and who gets selected for World Series events.
Whoa! I didn't say who was selected. I just said they were going off for World Series events. But if we're going there,
I've chose violence today.
Yeah, look, it was. I'm sure Danny Noppert will be one of those two, but he can consider himself very hard done by not to have one already. That's for sure.
Imagine winning the UK Open and you're Dutch and there's a major event in the Netherlands and you still don't get selected. Personally, I would be fuming if I was Danny.
I don't think Danny can do annoyed, can he? He's such a nice lad.
It's those ones you've got to look out for.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I don't want to open the can of worms that's labelled what is a major, but the UK Open most certainly goes under the category of major. I think when you win that, you open up so many doors. I mean, you could potentially say that was what got Nathan Aspinall into the Premier League that first time around on top of the semi-finals of the World Championships. And to not even get an invite to the World Series, which is a 24-player invitational, that's harsh, you know, especially on the back of a World Match Play semi-final. He's done all the right things. He's made all the right noises, but just hasn't been able to perhaps get the opportunity he's deserved off the back of it. Maybe it's a Nicholson 2.0 where a player is won big events but still doesn't get the call-ups.
Yeah, look, and the more they narrow the field, like they did it for the Premier League, the harder it is to get people into these events. But look, it is what it is. Like I say, I'm sure that Danny will get one of those two places, but time will tell. No, Damon Heta's not playing today. He is flown home early to Australia. The first time he has been home in over 2 years. Mm-hmm. So can't begrudge him that one.
No, I've seen some pictures on his social media feeds. It's certainly making the most of Australian food and Australian culture now he's back in his homeland, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. We can't begrudge him that one. What about Simon Whitlock's huge average yesterday as well?
The thing that surprised me the most about it is it's the first time he's averaged 110 in a PDC match. Now, that absolutely staggered me. You would have thought a player of his scale and the player of his reputation and what he's won in the past, that he would have hit loads and loads of them. But that really did surprise me. But it's a big 6 months for Simon. Obviously, didn't make the match play. There's a lot of defending that he's got to do towards the back end of the year. Needs to get himself by hook and by crook into the other major events. So performances like that yesterday and the way the form line's going over the last couple of weeks is certainly more positive for the Wizards than perhaps it was when we were talking about April, May time.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously new equipment. I had a throw with his new darts the other day, and they actually feel quite nice. They feel better than the other ones, that's for sure.
But is there a better grip on there? Because sometimes with Simon's darts, I think the one thing we always talk about sometimes is the grip on there, isn't it?
Yeah, no, the way it's machined, although there's not a lot of grip, they feel very steady in the hand, if that makes sense. The way the grooves and that are in there, they're not over grippy, but feel good.
Mm-hmm. It's just enough to cling on to without being overbearing.
Yeah. Obviously, I think Simon is flying to Australia this weekend. He doesn't need to play in the World Series qualifier, so he can get himself straight to the airport. One thing, are you slightly surprised that Peter Wright is playing in these Pro Tours? Chat room, what are you saying? Are you surprised that Wright is playing? Just put that out there. Right, so running through some of the scores to date. Obviously, I'm in the top half. Rob Cross leads Richie Burnett 3-1, averaging 92 at the moment. Cameron Menzies is averaging 105, but he trails Jose de Souza 3-2. He's averaging 115 right now. Luke Humphreys 4-0 up on Glenn Durrant. Ryan Self 3-2 in front against Bradley Brooks. Brennan Doan 1-0 up on Ron Moulenkamp. Nathan Aspinall 2-2 with Ian White, and Joe Cullen 2-1 up on Jamie Hughes. And I think, Henry, you back with us?
I am back with you, hopefully back with you. The dodgy internet connections of the South Coast are still coming back to plague, but on the bottom half of the draw, Michael Smith averaging 103 and 3-1 up on Adam Gavlas. On board 10, Martin Schindler 4-1 up on Willie Ball, and one of 4 players who hit 9 dart finishes yesterday. Board 11, Peter Wright, who's not going to be down under for the World Series. Well, he's averaging 108 at the minute, but it's only good enough to be level at 2-2 against David Pallett, a man in form at the minute. Winner on the Challenge Tour a couple of weeks ago in Germany, a winner on the WDF circuit recently. Board 12. This is really weird because we've got to go up and down to look at it in chronological order. Danny Noppert, who was snubbed obviously off that World Series invitation. Well, he may be taking out and exacting some of that revenge by leading Radek Sagansky by 3 legs to 1. Ball 13 sees the newly crowned world number 1 Gerwin Price in action against Alan Suter, a man who in the second half of 2022 will be trying to install the form that he found in his first year as a PDC Tour card holder. It's Price who leads 3-2, averaging on the ton. Ball 14, Jose Justicia is 2-1 up on Christoph Ratajski. Meanwhile, on ball 15, there could be an upset because Stephen Burton, who we saw a couple of weeks ago at the Champion of Champions at the Live League, is 3-0 up on Dirk van Dijvenbode. He, of course, beat Michael van Gerwen earlier this year on the PDC Tour. Is he going to claim another big scalp? He's halfway towards doing so. And on board 16, Dimitri van den Berg, the number 11 seed for this event, is 2-0 up on Brett Claydon, who's averaging 83 at the minute.
Yeah, just going to go back into the chat room. Yeah, I was saying that I was just surprised that Peter obviously pulled out of the World Series in Australia and then he's here. I thought you might have just done a complete blanket, not played in anything.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing with Peter is we know how much he likes to play in something that's got ranking points attached to it. And I think because the gap to go and Price there's on number
yeah, people asking about the scoring strap on the stream board. I know Glenn is in. They are connected to the Bet Radar scalping tool, so there seems to be an issue with that one at the moment. That's why there's no score strap on those games. Luke Humphreys is 1 away, 5-1 up on Glenn Durrant. Do you think the PDC will be amused that Wright is playing the Pro Tour, not the World Series? I don't know. It's hard to judge that one. Sometimes that I think that maybe a little bit. Yeah, I don't know that, but you'd certainly not. I wouldn't be best pleased if your world champion and world number 2 wasn't doing some showcase events while you're trying to grow the sport.
I think a lot of it depends on circumstance, doesn't it? If it is obviously the fact that he's talking about we're helping out with his gallstones and things like that, then you understand. But I think there'll be a bit of a bitter taste in the mouth, the fact that he's playing here this week. I know, admittedly, traveling on a flight for 24 hours plus, whereas you've got something like that, is completely and utterly unpleasant. I've not had it, but I can imagine that is not a nice feeling whatsoever. But I think if he didn't play here, he didn't play the World Series, and the next time we saw him was at the start of September, then I think that it would have, that there'd been no water under the bridge and whatever. But I think the fact that he's played in this will leave not a massive bitter taste in the mouth, but a little bit of one. Maybe not compared to some of the other withdrawals that we've seen in previous events, but yeah, I mean it's certainly an interesting one that he's playing in this and not down under.
And although, yes, the flight is grueling and everything like that, it's probably a little bit easier in business class.
To be honest, everything's fine in business class. You should know, Phil.
Hand on heart, I've never ever flown business class. No, I can just sit at the back and sleep for the whole thing. It doesn't worry me. I'm only 5'9". I only got little legs, so I'm all right.
It's when you got the screaming kid behind you kicking your seat for the whole way back from Washington.
That's why I always try and book the back seat or the row where there's nothing behind you. Booking hack that I always literally try and do the one with nothing behind me. Ryan Searle has beaten Bradley.
Especially when it's a night flight.
Yeah, they're easy. It's just like get your head down. Afternoon, Darts Guru. Hope you are good, James. Yes, Adrian did withdraw. It depends on the airline. Look, most of them are flying Emirates or whatever, so guessing it will be quite good. If you can, give us some. Yeah, exactly that, Glenn. Exactly that. Never heard of a plane reversing into anything. Yeah, if you can, drop us a like, would be most appreciated. Michael Smith on your board has done a number on Adam Gawlas, Henry.
Yeah, steady start to the day, 98.82 average against Adam Gawlas, age 87. Never going to really make much of an inroad there. But Michael Smith, who has been the king up and running, Martin Schindler has also won on board 10. He beat Willie Borland 6-3. Borland, who hit the 9 data yesterday, didn't quite live up to tight today. An early exit for him in that one, which means Jules Van Dongen will be warming up against Jack May. Max Hopp will warm up against Richie Edhouse. And this second half of the year for Max Hopp is absolutely imperative. As things stand, he's outside the race to stay in the top 64 come the end of 2022. So he's going to have to get a bit of a wriggle on come the end of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll tell you what, the game on board 6 between Jose Justicia, Jose de Souza and Cameron Menzies is an absolute belter. Cameron Menzies played some great stuff yesterday. Jose playing well as well, carrying on his run from the match play. Look, there's still question marks around Jose's stamina, but right now he seems to be getting better.
That World Match play is probably the best I've actually seen Jose play probably since the Premier League last year, and well in excess of a year. So the signs are most certainly there for Jose. I think the one thing we've always said about him is that consistency over a long time, over a period of months. That's something that we're still yet to see from Jose, and that's something he's still got to prove in what is still, we should say, quite a fledgling stage of his professional career.
Yeah, and I was going to say, he did play superbly at the match play until those last 2 legs. And then there was all kinds of issues. The shoulder was back into play and everything like that. So that's what I said about confidence. When it's there, it looks really good. But under pressure, it just went again. That last leg when it was just so shouldery
and he's got one of those actions as well, hasn't he? Where when he gets tense, it can break down quickly.
Yeah, and that's what happened.
There's a lot of mechanics in the throw.
Yeah, and that's what happened. That under pressure, it just went on him in that key moment. But he has got over the line. He's beaten Cameron Menzies 6-4, both averaging over the 3-figure mark. Super stuff from both of them.
Now, you know how much I love an upset, and there could well be a gigantic one involving Peter Wright and David Pallett, because Pallett is 5-4 up on board 11, averaging 103.7. Wright himself is averaging 110.5 and just cannot make any headway whatsoever. And so David Pallett, the non-tour card holder, remember, is within a leg of deposing the world the world champion. I nearly said the world number 1 card. He ain't that anymore.
No. And to be fair, that little dynamic race for world number 1 suddenly got interesting all of a sudden. The fact that in the next 2 years, obviously, Wright and Price are defending huge chunks of money for their world championship wins. But Rob Cross has just taken out 119 on our feature game to beat Richie Burnett 6-3. Burnett misstarts to get one back and has paid the price. Right, we're going to go this one because we said it was a big year or a big 6 months for this man. So let's have a look because he's got a tough one here. Have a look at Hop and Ed has. Yeah, as I was saying, going back to that race for world number 1, that MVG winning the world match play has brought him back into contention. Not right now because the gap is too big, but with the sums of money that the other two are defending, puts him right back in the mix.
Especially if both go out early this year's World Championship, then it gets spicy.
Yeah, and Phillips asked the question, do you think MVG could get back to our number 1 after the Worlds? Yes, I do. I genuinely do. Look, I know it's all ifs, buts and maybes, but I still think he would have won the World Championship last year if it wasn't for that COVID test. I think he was playing very, very well. And when he gets to latter stages of tournaments, as we've seen recently, Henry, with the Premier League and the World Match Play, that resilience is back and he finds a way. In the semi-final and the final of the match play, he was behind, but there was never a panic. Like there was 18 months ago. In that situation, he'd have panicked and got steamrolled. But now that confidence is back, that he just backs himself to get out of tight situations.
I kind of compare it almost to a Rafa Nadal type situation where he had his lean years. He had his time where he wasn't picking up major trophies, but he was always in and around in the world rankings. And then once he found that first at the Premier League, you thought, well, this is going to be the unstoppable train possibly of a couple of years ago. He's now picked up 2 of the 3 big events. So I will not be using words that begin with T and C to describe it. But he's picked up 2 really big ones over recent times. And look, you look at the World Championship, yes, there's more contenders and pretenders now than there were, say, 5 or 6 years ago. But he's won the 2 biggest events outside the World Championships, arguably. And so he's going to be a big favourite to pick it up when it comes to Alexandra Palace. He's got tournaments which he likes coming up. World Grand Prix has been his baby. That was where it all kicked off for him. ITV4 seems to be his hunting ground when it comes towards TV major titles. So you sense coming in towards the World Championships, it's there for him. But I'm just going to stop for a second because there is a major, major upset. The world champion, Wright, is out. Defeated by David Pallett by 6 legs to 4. That is a huge upset at the start of our day here in Barnsley.
Yeah, huge one. Jumping back into the chat room, Jonathan says, slightly disagree on MVG's World Championship last year. Wright played some incredible darts at Express. Yeah, he did. Mate, like I said, I'm not saying he would have done. I just feel he would have done. But look, Peter played some fabulous stuff. Completely agree. Whitlock average on the drain yesterday. Yeah, it was super. Anthony said, all right, Phil, saw you in Bristol the other night. It was a good night. Yeah, it was a good night, Anthony. At Bristol City. It was a good expo, and Barney actually played really well, to be fair. I'll give him a lift back to his hotel. We had a good chat for about 20 minutes on the way back, and he's in a good place. It was nice listening to him and just saying he knows what he needs to do and everything like that. It was good, and that wasn't Barney in what I call a false position, where we all know that they say the right things and when the camera's on and everything like that. But this was obviously just me and him chatting, and yeah, he seemed really, really content at the moment. He's in a good place.
And the thing is, we're in quite a privileged position where we get to speak to a fair few players, and you can kind of tell when you're talking off camera or in other scenarios when they genuinely feel as if they're in a good place with their game. And I think you instantly get that feeling when you talk to him. So it's good to see him in that place because he still has something to offer to the sport. He's still one of the biggest ambassadors that we've got, one of the biggest names that we've got. So it'd be great to see him doing bits again on the PDC circuit. And I think now having the exhibition circuit back for him, I think is going to be a huge boost. You know, he gets his buzz off. I know it's not competitive play as such, but playing in front of crowds, I think that's possibly what's going to bring the best out.
Yeah, completely agree. Result on board 2. Brendan Dolan has beaten Ron Moolenkamp 6-2. Streamboard 1 next. We have John Brown against James Wilson. I'll run you through some of the results if you've missed them. Someone asked if Ryan Searle was playing. Yes, he was on board 3. He beat Bradley Brooks 6-3. Joe Cullen, a 6-5 winner over Jamie Hughes. Luke Humphrey, 6-1 winner over Glenn Durrant. Rob Cross, 6-3 over Richie Burnett. Jose de Souza, 6-4 over Cameron Menzies. Aspinall sees off Ian White in a noble 6-5. And Chizzy has just won on the stream 6-4 against Ryan Joyce.
I'm going to borrow the dial-up internet.
I'm showing my age now, but the kids these days won't understand the pain of AOL dial-up back in the day. When you click the download button and it says 48 years.
See, I can only just remember dial-up Wi-Fi, and I'm talking probably about 4 or 5. She's showing some kind of exuberance of youth, I know, but
yeah, no, it was just horrific. Dial-up broadband. Oh, they were the days.
it's a good excuse if someone rang up the home phone and you didn't quite like, and that was a reason not to talk to them. I suppose there's pros and cons to everything.
Yeah. Oh, loving it. Cheers, Lee. Thank you. Yes. MSN Messenger. Oh. Those were the days. Before Facebook, before Twitter, bit of MySpace action.
Do you remember BBM?
I never had a BlackBerry, so I obviously remember it because people had it, but I never had a BlackBerry. I was always a Nokia kid.
Oh, when I was at, again, this is probably showing my young age here. When I was at school, that was prime BlackBerry time. As soon as I entered senior school, that was kind of prime BlackBerry time, 2011 to kind of 2013 time. It was just, you had to have a BlackBerry at that time. You had to have BlackBerry. You had to have BBM Messenger. It was just the rage. I don't know how we got along with those stupid little. I couldn't imagine typing with those stupid little keyboard things these days, though.
Oh. Yeah. I was Nokia.
Fat thumbs
then
here.
I had Nokia. And then I went for Samsungs for a little while, and then I've been iPhone ever since.
Once you go Apple, you just don't turn away, do you?
The fact I've got Mac as well, everything just connects and works, so I'm just like,
oh.
Yeah.
Problem is, once you get a Mac or a MacBook, you can't go back the other way to Windows. You just cannot.
Oh, no. Oh, so for some reason, streaming software suits and syncs with Windows so much better. So I'm actually on Windows for this, but everything else is Mac, and I'm just like, where's the shortcuts and things like that? I'm like,
yeah.
But I'll tell you what, the chat room's loving it, Glenn. MSN, if someone didn't reply, you would give them a nudge and they'd throw some art at you. Yeah, absolutely. Snake on a Nokia 402, Nokia 3310. I tell you, that's like a Harry Potter Horcrux. It's indestructible unless you have certain tools.
Apparently, someone must have charged it in 1999. If you charge it in 1999, it's still got 80% battery now.
Oh, easily. The scoreboards are back up on the stream. It's like Sport Radar have sorted their issue. Callum Ridds is in the chat room. I hope you are feeling better. Cal, gutted you couldn't play yesterday. Hope you're on the mend, buddy. Joe agrees on the Apple front. Yeah, absolutely.
I know you
Interesting. Go on, Henry.
I was just going to say, you can't hear me, but you can't see me. I'm hoping that you can hear me. I was just going to quickly rattle through a couple of games in the bottom half because, as you can see, Hop and Edhouse 3-3 there. Crucial game for both because they both need big second halves to the year. Jack Main's another player that needs a big second half of the year to keep his tour card. He's 4-3 up on Jules Van Dongen. Tony Martinez and Kevin Burness, they're level at 1 apiece, as is Barry Van Peer against Devon Peterson, who has got a heck of a lot to defend in the back end of 2022. Jason Heaver is 1-0 up on friend of the show, John O'Shea. Keegan Brown, 2-1 to the good against Gert Nenches. Mike De Decker against Mike Kyvenhoven in the Lowland battle. That's 1 apiece. And Rusty Jake Rodriguez, 1-0 up against a man who seems to have found a bit of form recently, El Adonis Bronzo, Steve Beaton.
Yeah, because yesterday with his 2 Euro Tour qualifications, for the first time this year, Steve Beaton has moved into a provisional World Championship spot. He just finds a way.
He is like a builder who's got 5 days to renovate a 5-bedroom house. He will find a way by hook and by crook.
Again, back in the day, good old Challenge Annika, you've got 48 hours to build an orphanage. Go. And it always happens.
They don't make telly like that anymore.
No. Oh, completely.
Honestly,
not.
I watched TV on Saturday the other week for the first time in God knows how long. What a load of rubbish.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Dan, yesterday's were qualifiers for the final 2 Euro Tours of the year. Connor Scott on board one is 4-3 up on Joe Mernon. Lee, the thinking behind it is week 13 will be 12 champions. So a true champions week.
Oh, it is tasty, isn't it, Phil, down in Live League land?
Yeah. Yeah, week 13 will be a true champions week. Yeah, Glenn, yes, that they are allowed to play again in the cycle. Those were the days alongside Pirate Radio. Again, I'm going to truly show my age now and embarrass myself. But I remember when Kiss was a Pirate Radio show or station, and now look at it. It was always back in the day. If you got near London, get Kiss on before it became obviously the huge show it is now.
History's the one these days, isn't it, on the Kiss network?
Yeah.
Many a Saturday night bombing down the motorway listening to that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Look, Kiss all day long. Keeps you going when you're driving in the middle of the night. But Devin Peterson, board 13, Henry, is in a bit of bother right now.
Yeah, and we said that this is really the beginning of a big second half of the year for Big Dev here, but Pierre averaging 98. .94 yesterday. Obviously, you got the 3 Pro Tours and qualification for the World Series. Admittedly, that doesn't carry anything in weight in terms of ranking points, but if you can get yourself qualifying for that and gain yourself a bit of confidence, then that's a huge bonus for. And I think for players who are A, having to defend things, or B, fighting to keep their tour cards come the end of 2022, it's these blocks, these midweek blocks where there's more Pro Tours. This is where they're gonna. This could be where it all comes and ends for them. It could be where they keep their tour card, where they lose it. Okay, the weekends can play some part, but these big blocks, these big rotations where there's qualifiers heaped in the middle of it, that's your bread and butter. That's where you've got to be picking up the points that could keep your tour card come the end of 2022.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of that, on our feature game, Max Hopp is in a world of trouble. Needs to win 3 on the spin, otherwise it will be a first round defeat. He takes out the 64, he's still in this, but he's still a break and a hold away.
I'm wondering whether Max Hopp again is one of those players that if he did drop off the tour can almost do what Jette Klassen's done, where he's going to have options for himself because he's a high profile name within the sport. He can go back, he can play in other events to try and get his form back, and then maybe, like we expect Klassen to do, go back at Q School and give it a right good tilt of retaining his tour card. I think sometimes we actually, in this modern day, you can almost see players perhaps hanging on too long to their tour card, and perhaps the best thing they can do is actually have that clean start after dropping off the circuit. Josh Payne, another good example this year where he's playing regularly in events, winning, trying to develop his game and get his confidence levels back to a place where it was before. So, of course, the holy grail is to keep your tour card. But for Max, if it isn't to happen come the end of 2022, there's still options there to rebuild his game and come back stronger amongst the PDC ranks.
Yeah, completely. Big win for Jules van Dongen on board 10, though. Much needed for the Dutch Dragon.
Yeah, most definitely. He's a player, Jules, who came over to the PDC with a lot of promise, didn't he? And I think he's kind of struggled to adapt to the travelling over from America to England. I was speaking to him at the lakeside, and he said, you know, he knew the travelling was going to be a factor, but I think until you physically do it on a consistent basis, do you realise how much it's going to bear, not just on your darting life, but on your personal life as well. Very much a family man and things like that. So I think the first thing for him the first couple of months was adapting to the commuting over on a regular basis over from America to England. What I hope is now he's got used to that, he can kind of kick on as a, because he's certainly got a lot to give to the sport. And I think his first 6 months we haven't seen his best because I think the travelling factor has been a bit of an issue for him.
Yeah, agreed. On the stream board right now, James Wilson is in complete control. 4-0 up on John Brown. John struggling right now. Look, only a young man, got bundles and bundles of potential, but just maybe finding it a little bit tough right now.
And the PDC is a horrible place to be when you're struggling for a bit of form and a bit of confidence. It's a completely relentless conveyor belt. And what doesn't make it easier is even when you get one of these substitute players, they're just as good as anyone inside the top 64. So it's a tough score when you're losing matches, and you just need to find a bit of confidence. And as I say, John's a young player who's got a lot of potential and a big future in the sport, but when you start losing matches and the confidence begins to wane, it's a tough and a cruel mistress, this PDC circuit.
Yeah. Also, Lee says, well, you guys, Neighbours fans, I can't believe it finished on Friday. Phil, you'd be old enough to remember Scott and Charlene, right? I have it on my Sky Go to watch this evening. And yes, I am gutted. Neighbours and Home and Away played a huge part of my childhood growing up. It was almost like the unwritten rule that we'd come home from school, we'd go out and play, but everything stopped between 5 and 6. Everything stopped. Even during the summer holidays, we could go out 5 to 6. Everything stopped. Home and away Neighbours. Then we'd go back out and play football. And that again. Yeah, look, Neighbours was a huge part of my childhood growing up. Loved every minute of it. And yeah, I've recorded it. It's on my Sky Plus to watch this evening because I was away at the weekend on the exhibition. So devastated.
Neighbours is the only programme on BBC One other than the news that was shown twice a day. And the reason for it was the daughter of the commissioning editor at the BBC said that everyone in their school loved Neighbours, but they couldn't watch it apart from if that was, or it was school holidays. And so they said, you know, why can't finished on BBC One, it'd be straight to Ramsey Street for Neighbours.
Yeah, look, it was an institution. Loved every single minute of it. Yeah, Scott and Charlene, Carl and Susan. Do you remember? I know we're going off topic here, but do you remember when Carl cheated? Everyone was like, "No!"
Not on Susan Kennedy.
You can't do it to Susan. But we said it was unlikely. But Max Hoff has won 3 on the spin in our feature game to get rid of Richie Edhouse. That's a shock, considering it was in.
Yeah, that was that showed a lot of courage, a lot of bottle there from Max Hopp. He was 5-3 down, and in a couple of points in that game, Ed House had the opportunity to clean up proceedings, but Max Hopp, big victory for him. He's going to have to show some of that grit and determination throughout the course of the second half of the year. As we've been speaking about, he's in a race to keep his tour card. Victories like that is going to help most certainly.
Yeah, absolutely. John O'Shea, what a win that is for him. Henry, huge.
Absolutely, and John O'Shea again is shown good signs, hasn't he, in his first year in his rotation as a PDC tour card holder. 98 average, he'll definitely take that as a solid enough start to his day. We've seen him make semi-finals, seen him make finals over the course of this year. So a very good start again for John O'Shea. One of those that you sense come the end of his rotation, you think will probably be quite comfortable within the top 64.
Yeah, Jamie Clark, 6-3 win over Sean Wilkinson. What else have we got? Martin Clearmacher is now 5-4 up on Stu Wilson. John Ram will lose his card. Yeah, I think so. But like we say, he's a young lad. He can learn from it, and sometimes you come back a better player having your card once, losing and coming back. Look at Nathan Aspinall. Is a prime example that losing your card isn't the end of the world. Henry says, "Hey guys, I thought this was a dart show. Yeah, it is. It is, Kevin. But it's also how you build up a community. Is just chatting stuff that everyone used to enjoy, as well. That's how you build up the channel and the relationships with you guys in the chat room." Someone asked, how low is Gary Anderson going to fall? Right. So provisionally, right now, Gary Anderson is 19th on the tour card race. So unless Gando can do something, and although unlikely at the moment with what we see on the Oki, never write him off, but as it stands, Gary Anderson would be outside the world's top 16.
Two words, Phil.
World
Alexandra
champion.
Palace.
Yeah, the fact that he always rocks up, and he's like the postman when it comes to Alexandra Palace, always delivers.
The Ian Poulter of the Alexandra Palace World Championships.
Yeah.
And the thing is, for Gary, he's got to stay in the top 16. Has to stay in the top 16, because if he drops outside it, he's going to have to play Pro Tours. And dare I say it, he's going to have to play on the European Tour, something which he doesn't particularly want to play in. But if he's going to break and keep himself inside the top echelons, if he drops out, is what he's going to have to do. So staying in that top 16 for as long as possible is going to be huge for the Flying Scotsman.
I think Gary Anderson could be 63rd in the world, and if you said to Gary, you have to go and play on a Euro Tour to keep your card, he would still say no.
Even if there's not a fishing trip involved.
Yeah, perhaps they could bribe him. Gary, go and play in this, and you get a week's worth of fishing.
We should double up. What we should do is we should double up and make the Target Fishing Championships a PDC ranked event.
Yeah.
Because Gary would mop that up every day if that's a ranking event.
Yeah. Kevin says top 16 got a lot of privileges. Yeah, that they have, but I suppose that's also one of the pluses about getting to that 16, that you've earned the right. But yeah, look, there's no doubt that there are a lot of doors that get opened once you're in that 16.
And deservedly so as well.
Yeah. What big names are at risk of losing their tour cards? Right. So, in terms of names across, Scott Mitchell needs a good back end of the season. He's currently in 64th. So he has work to do. James, I'll come on to that point in a second because it's a very good one. Gowlass, Willie Borland in danger. Jeff Smith in danger. Keegan Brown in danger. Adam Hunt, Glenn Durrant, John Henderson, Max Hopp, Jeffrey Deswan, Mickey Mansell, Steve West. They're probably the Danny Baggish. They're the biggest ones, I'd say, that are in danger of losing their card.
Be some good names for the Live League next year.
Possibly couldn't comment on anything like that.
Well, there's a first.
Dave struggled, but again, I class Dave in the same bracket as that we said about Hop, that it may do him some good to lose his card. Like, first year on tour, we saw when he didn't have a tour card, he went to the Euro Tours and qualified for the World Championships and played some good stuff. I just think that those first 2 years on tour for anyone that hasn't done it before can be a little overwhelming at times, and sometimes you come back better the second time knowing what it's all about.
Completely agreed. And as you mentioned, there's pathways for players now, isn't there, compared to what maybe 3 years ago, where they can come off the tour, playing good events, rebuild the confidence, earn a bit of prize money whilst they're at it. And when they get back to January the year after and they go back for that second tilt at Q School, their confidence is back, and perhaps all round they're a more developed player.
Yeah. James makes a good point here. What I'm going to go back to, it says the top 16 make the PDC all the money for the lesser players to earn. The Pro Tours don't pay for themselves. Yeah, and that's what a lot of people struggle to realise. And although the Premier League gets a lot of stick and everything like that, the money the Premier League generate subsidises the Pro Tour.
And we've got to remember, it is a business at the end of the day, and money going in and money going out has to be justified at every juncture.
Yeah. Gob says the Premier League can get in the bin. If you bin the Premier League off, Gob, then you've got the huge issue of where you find the prize money for the 30 Pro Tours a year. Because they don't pay you for
open.
themselves. Was it each Pro Tour is worth, is it around 85 grand in total prize money? Is that right? Does that sound about right?
Something along them lines, yeah. It was 75, wasn't it, last year? And it's obviously gone up this time round. The thing is with the Premier League as well, I think for an international audience, that's another big thing. And I think we need to in the future, and I can't believe we're in August and we're already discussing the Premier League, is there's now new European territories you can look at, PES probably being most notable of where you can branch it out now. I think that you've mentioned that block where you go to Sheffield, Leeds, Manchester, Liverpool, Birmingham, Nottingham, all the same clustered area. I think if you cut one or two of them out and you move over to Europe.
Or move Andover.
Foxcote Park.
So each players' championship event costs 100k to host, 30 of them.
I'm not a rocket scientist, but that's £3 million.
Correct. Gob says no other sport has to justify prize money. As Barry has always said, the PDC is a promotional company giving opportunities to dart players. If you don't like it, go and play somewhere else. Oh, wait.
The thing is, with darts compared to other sports, because of fractured relationships in the past, I think every decision like this gets scrutinised more than perhaps saying snooker, where there's only ever been one governing body that's made all the decisions all the time as to adding events, getting rid of events. They don't get that kind of level of scrutiny that the PDC have had, because there's for 20 years around abouts, there's always been a fracture over the dominant body within the sport.
Yeah. Come back to the chat room in a second. I'm going to run through some result or some latest scores. Jonathan Worsley has just taken the opener against Martin Lukeman. Stephen Bunting has taken the opener against Darren Webster. Ross Smith, Steve Lennon 1 apiece. Andrew Gilding 2-0 up on Super Mario on the stream board. And Carol said the check is 3-3 with Madders Erasma. But board 9 is interesting. Barry Keane is getting a bit of a battering from the Dutch Destroyer, Henry.
Yeah, and Vincent's been playing some good stuff recently. Perhaps hasn't got the plaudits that he's deserved for it. 92.5 today, so it's steady enough to kick off. It's just more than enough to get past King Barry at the minute. So 4-0 up in that one. We'll take it as a steady enough start for the day for him. You'd expect him to get over the line because of the differentials in the average. And again, Vincent, another player who has got not the sort of level Simon Whitlock has to defend in the second half of the year, but if he doesn't defend some money, he may slip a couple of places in the rankings. So this is a timely return to form for the Dutch Destroyer.
Yeah, Gary Anderson, board 2. He's underway against Daryl Gurney, a repeat of that match play opening round game. Philip says, do you think that 6 of 7 TV ranked events will stay in England for the next? No, I think long term, more ranking events will move to continental Europe. But again, it's finding those markets and those areas that can potentially host a week-long tournament. The Players' Championship's tied into Butlins for the next 3 years, I think. So obviously, there's going to be no.
I can't see them two being moved from there.
No, again, they generate too much money, or the money that Butlins pay the PDC to have it there is huge. You've only got to do the sums: 5,000 people there for the weekend. That the Butlins make an absolute fortune those 2 weekends a year for the dart. So yeah, the ones that would be
continental Europe will probably be more the ITV4 ones. I mean, it wouldn't. I mean, for me, I'd look at something like the World Series finals. I'd look maybe further afield for that, possibly United States, possibly play it on the back of the Australian leg of the World Series tour or something like that. And I think initially it's going to be continental Europe, but I wouldn't rule out America as a destination again for a big event like that on the eastern coast compared to the western coast.
Yeah, I think again, Philip's come back and said the World Grand Prix or the Slam. I think the World Grand Prix should go back to Dublin. if everything is okay, I think the tournament is synonymous with the Emerald. The Emerald Isle. The Grand Slam is the one that I could see potentially moving, but again, a week-long tournament, they have to consider everything that they know. In the UK, it will sell tickets for the week. To move it somewhere else, you have to make sure that it can do the same ticket numbers and everything like that. So it's a risk, but I certainly think it will happen. It's just a matter of when some of the other tournaments get moved. To start with, I could see more Premier League nights going abroad and then base them off of that.
And the other thing as well is that we speak about the events in Germany and how much they have the big crowds at the weekend at Euro Tours and things like that. But I think the one thing that they have to sort out if they are to host a Grand Slam or week-long tournament is when we've seen events and the midweek crowds. And I know that there'll be arguments that it's sometimes the same in the UK, but they can be found wanting. And what you need is a consistently big crowd over the whole week. You can't have weekends where it's packed to the rafters and a Tuesday night session where it's half empty.
Yeah, but look, I'm sure it will happen at some point. Glenn, that's always been the issue over the Grand Slam criteria. Look, it just doesn't work for me. As soon as they made it ranked, they made problems for themselves. As soon as that Grand Slam became a ranked event, there were problems.
Yeah, it's simple. It's a case of it should be winners and runners up of PDC TV, and I mean TV is in for Sky/ITV events, and then and then the other qualifying criteria should be winners of all other events first. So it should be Euro Tour followed by Pro Tour. Then that should fill up your 24 allocation before you have your 8 players that come through Development Tour, Challenge Tour, Women's Series, or however else they're going to sort out qualifying criterias.
Yeah. Will be interesting.
But if there's 2 spaces left over at the end, it should. I was going to say, though, if the race is left over, say, at the end of the qualifying process, then I wouldn't mind there being a qualifier.
Yeah, it's... yeah, Andrew Gilding is smashing it again, playing some good stuff. Jamie says, need to go back to Japan for a World Series again. The Japanese players in the World Series seem to be bad. Yeah, the issue was that, unfortunately, the Japanese culture doesn't transmit well for darts. It was they all just sat there and clapped. It just didn't come across well on TV. And I appreciate it's a completely different culture, and it seems like a lovely culture as well. But I just don't think it worked.
I think as well, you've got so many issues with COVID out there where they're effectively at that blanket no COVID scenario, aren't they? So every time something happens, they put themselves back into lockdown. So in a concept where you want to have loads of people promote an event, you want to promote knowing with you the certainties because that's a hoopla.
Huge result on board one for Scott Williams, the man with the out of tour card, continues to pick up big results. He is now up to 61st on the order of merit and looks set to win a tour card outright by smashing his way through the 64.
Can we just call him the Phantom Tour card holder?
Yeah. Yeah, he's had an unbelievable year. It's a good one from Jamie here. Now darts has been to MSG. What's
Big
the
one
next
for John
iconic
Henderson
sporting
warming up on board 9.
Yeah, and Hendo's played some good stuff recently as well. There's been a real upturn in John Henderson's form. And with the greatest of respects, when you're needing wins, you would like to pull Jake Jones out of the hat in the opening round of the Pro Tour.
Yeah, and that's no disrespect to Jake, but it could be, as an unseeded player, it could be 10 times worse.
Yeah, that's just looking at his results across his 18 months as a tour card holder. That is one that you'd certainly like.
He's going to have to do something special, though, John. You look at the position he's in the tour card race. He's going to have to do something big before the end of the year.
But he needs to get to the Worlds to have any hope. How we doing, Tugboat? Hope you are good. Stephen Bunting batters Darren Webster 6-1. But an interesting one from Jamie. He says, now that darts have been to MSG, what's the next iconic sporting venue you'd like to see darts played at? Good question. Chat room, get involved with that as well, because that's a great one for the chat room. What iconic venue would you like to see darts at?
See, I'm thinking really obscure. I'm thinking something like the Colosseum in Rome or something like that.
Home Park, Plymouth. Royal Albert Hall, great shout. Part of me would love to see it at the Sydney Opera House, something like that as well. Yeah, the Sydney Opera House will be good. Cheers, Glenn, putting this next stream games in the chat room.
Really throw something obscure.
Buckingham Palace, good shout. Stonehenge.
I don't know whether you caught that, but I was thinking.
Go on, mate.
Stonehenge.
Yeah, but I'd quite like darts at Stonehenge, so then Dirk van Dijvenbode can knock Stonehenge down, which would
thinking
ease traffic congestion around my way. Gary Anderson is 5-1 up. Daniel says, how about an outdoor event? Yeah, look, the one at Dubai was outdoors a few years ago. They just boxed it off really well. That was outdoors. I was saying, Henry, that if we went to Stonehenge, I'd like it there. Then Dirk could knock it down.
Centre court.
Alcatraz, that would be decent. Chris Dobie is in a right battle with Matt Campbell right now. 4 apiece. Really, really good game. Gary Anderson is 1 away. 5-1 up on Daryl Gurney. Martin Lukeman is behind Jonathan Worsley on board 4. Andrew Gilding is averaging 102 but trails right now. Simon Whitlock 4-1 behind to Laban. Hendo has taken.
Hopefully the dial-up has worked.
If you want to go, if you need to go and reset your router, mate, you can do. Drop off and reset it if you need to.
Up which is red, and that's never usually good, is it?
No.
Shall see you on the other side.
No worries. Henry's going to drop off and reset his router. So I will keep you company until he's sorted that one out. However, it hasn't escaped the attention that this is happening on board 11. Raymond van Barneveld against Jermaine Watamina on board 11. And Gary Anderson is a 6-2 winner over Daryl Gurney. 98.11 average from Gando. Daryl disappointed, only 88.82. Right, chat room. Do we want John Henderson or Barney as the feature game? Let us know. Did I see the Rangers game last night? I didn't see the game. I've seen the penalty, which is a joke, by the way. But I've not seen. Oh, I've seen the ridiculous VAR decision. All right, there we go. We'll go Hendo. But if this one finishes sooner, we'll jump to Barney after that one. Ryan Meikle and Ross Montgomery underway. And Matt Campbell's levelled it up 5 apiece with Chris Dobie on board 12. John Henderson could be about to go 3-0 to the good. It'd be a huge result for Hendo in keeping his card. Remember, let's see how far. How far is John Henderson off the World Championship race? Let's have a look. Because that's where he needs to get to the Worlds. How far is Hendo off? Interesting. It's only about 2.5 grand off of the World Championships. So again, a good little run here. Could be interesting, but I'm going to keep an eye on this noble leg between Chris Dobie and Matt Campbell. Finally poised. Dobie has the darts and has found a 2-treble visit. What has Matt Campbell got in response? Needs a ton's not enough. Only a maximum would have got him back in the leg. So Chris Dobie is in control from 206. What's the setup play like? Only 56. I come to that in a second, Jack. I'll just do the conclusion of this. Matt Campbell cannot leave a finish. So Chris Dobie will have 6 starts for 150. He's stuttering a little bit. 2 trebleless visits may just have opened the door here for Matt Campbell. And he finds a 2 treble visit. And all of a sudden, this 94 becomes uncomfortable for Chris Dobie. 2 visits ago, Hollywood was in complete control, but it doesn't matter because he's gone the aggressive route. 94 in 2. Chris Dobie beats Matt Campbell 6-5. Hendo leads 3-0 as well. Barney, I said he was playing well earlier. 2-0 down, averaging just 76. Jack says, do you think there should be more seniors tournaments on the calendar? They'll come, mate. Remember, this was the first year for the seniors, so it's all about just building and doing the right things. I'm sure we'll see more as they happen. But Big John is in control. Sloppy start to this leg has maybe opened the door for Jake Jones. Andrew Gilding has defeated Mario Van Bogaard at 6-4. He trailed 4-3 in that one. He's won 3 on the spin. Has Goldfinger. Hendo finds a 140 to put a bit of pressure on this 56 for Jake Jones. But it goes into 3-1. Henderson leads. Ryan Meikle has just leveled up against Ross Montgomery. And as if by magic, Henry has returned.
Fingers crossed.
Did you do the
System
old factory
reboot?
reset?
What's up with it? Just turn it off and on again.
That's the good British way of fixing it. Off.
When I left you last before my internet went kaput, you were talking about Stonehenge.
Yeah. I would love to have an event there so then Dirk van Dijvenbode can knock the bloody thing down because traffic congestion on the A303 is horrific.
I can vouch.
Yes. Hand on heart, I live 15-20 minutes from Stonehenge. Lived there all my life, and I've never been.
What?
No. It's just
Wow,
some rocks.
that stunned me.
It's just some rocks, isn't it?
We stopped there on the way to where we went to used to go to Somerset and that on a holiday. We stopped there just because it's there and it's Stonehenge and whatever. But I wouldn't say I've got out of my way to have gone there before.
Yeah. It was funny one year. Again, we have to go past it like when we go down to the West Country and stuff like that. That one year, the farmer in his field next to it made a replica from hay bales.
And I bet that got all the attention.
That was hilarious. Raymond van Barneveld is in a world of trouble. He is about to have a bagel served on him.
Yeah, and no Barney alarm. Where was the Barney alarm today? But yeah, as you say, struggling against Jermaine.
Whilst you're away, the Barney alarm went on.
To be fair, I haven't seen hardly any of this broadcast, to be honest. I've been stuck in whatever internet jail I've been in. I've been in BT Belmarsh.
Simon Whitlock has spun his game around. He was in a whole world of trouble against Laban, and now he leads 5-4. The Wizard has spun this one around.
He's finding a way this week, isn't he, Simon Whitlock? He's playing some good stuff. And talking about players who just seem to find a way, no matter what cards are presented to him, is the mechanical machine that is James Wade. He's 5-4 up against Mickey Mansell, averaging 93.88. Typical Wading.
Wading just does enough.
If you can find a way to win matches, you don't care why, as long as you've got that W under your name.
Yeah. James says, Hendo right on the edge of qualifying for Butlins, nearly run to lock up. Long drive to Minehead. Yeah, it's a long way for Hendo from Minehead. But look, if he can get to Minehead, if he can get to the Worlds, after a torrid 18 months, he would give himself a fighting chance of keeping that tour card. And look, although for selfish reasons, I would love Big John on the live league and everything like that, the tour is a better place with Hendo on it.
Exactly. Mind you, if he won the World Cup and lost his tour card, would he be part of the Scotland team next year? Or are we not starting that conversation?
Do you think if Holland had won the World Cup that Noppy and Dirk would have defended it?
It would have been close stomp out.
Nothing to see here.
No. We've always said that, you know, it's going to be the top two players. We don't invite players back just because they won it.
That would be interesting. Demi says, will Price still be in the PDC 10 years' time, do you think? Absolutely not. Gezzy's goal and motivation
is going to
simple.
Earn his money with his titles and go.
Get in, secure his family, get out. That is the Gerwyn Price model.
And the thing is, when he retires, he's still going to earn money on the exhibition circuit, and he can do that in his own choosing.
Yeah. And I'm also pleased as well that over the last few weeks, people are starting to see the side of Gezzy that we see quite a lot as well. That, yes, he's a fierce competitor on the Oculus, but away from it, he's a nice bloke.
And I think where he's helping himself is he's opening himself up more. And I know that can then add a bit of bone of contention, but you know, he's going on to podcasts, he's going on to things like Soccer AM, he's trying to put himself out there, and it's very easy when you play the pantomime villain character to just be perceived as that person that performs on the stage. But he's gone out there and he's tried to show his true personality, and I think at long last the darts lovers are coming around to see that side of Gerwyn Price. And I think maybe Blackpool's a bit of a change in how crowds will perceive him. Look, he's always going to get booed. Peter Manley always got booed towards the end of his career, but he kind of turned it round into more comical boos than it were serious hatred. And, you know, hopefully that's the case for him, because we don't want to see players getting, you know, cheered and all the rest of it.
Well, that's what I liked at Blackpool. Yes, there was the boos for the walk-on, but then they were singing his name, which was good. However, Henry, you jinxed him because the car has broken down.
More the case of start the car, Bumble. Start the car now, because Mickey Mansell had beaten James Wade from 5-4 down to win 6-5 against the machine, an average of 94.64. And Mansell, in the battle of the left-handers, beats James Wade in an oval.
He does. And to be fair, they were all Gezi, Johnny and Luke. We had a great night out in Cardiff afterwards as well on Saturday. It was good.
Never quiet out in Cardiff, I can imagine.
No, it was a really good night out, to be fair. Ended up in Retro.
Gore.
On Mill Lane.
Definitely not quiet.
No, it was good. To be fair, look, Cardiff's got a really, really nice vibe to it. John Henderson has gotten the job done 6-2. Very, very tidy from him. Let's have a look at the Welsh derby. But yeah, just Cardiff's got a really, really good vibe to it.
To be fair, that part of the world, then you go just the other side of the Severn, Bristol. That's got a similar feel. Obviously, you were there as well, weren't you? There over the weekend. It's a nice party part of the world. Is the West Country. Even Breen can be a bit of a party capital sometimes.
Yeah.
Mind you, there was nothing else to do.
How many years you give Gezi? I wouldn't want to put a year on an amount of years on it. I think that only he knows in his head. It's probably more a figure. How much he thinks he needs to secure him and his family.
To answer Ryan Moore, who on the current tour do you think is next to go full-time in the commentary booth? I'm going to be selfish and say I hope it's no one. Matt Edgar, definitely.
Who else do I think? I think Matty Edgar can. Matty Edgar was very good at the seniors. There's probably. I think Scott Mitchell's a very good pundit, and I think Duzzer is as well.
Yes.
I think they both did work at Lakeside, and were both very good at that as well.
I think the one thing that impressed me with Scott, and I know he was only there one day at the Lakeside with us, but his research and how meticulous he was in his research is possibly as good as any pundit / commentator I've ever worked with. And that will steer him in good stead. He's got a very good voice for it, very articulate. I'd like to see him more on TV events, possibly those events where there's multiple games on at multiple times. If he doesn't, say, for example, he doesn't qualify for Butlins, maybe put him on stream 2 with Dan Dawson and Nico possibly. But I mean, I know Brian Raman does some punditry out in Belgium. Just having a look at players on the screen now who would possibly give it a good go. Thing is, I think when you see players in interview,
I'd like a red button commentary, and can we have Vincent doing it?
Vincent and Bobby George
doing alternative red button commentary. I'd pay, that's for sure.
I'm trying to think elsewhere who would that you could tell Webby would and Nico, you could tell that they were going straight into TV jobs when their time came. I'll tell you who wouldn't be the worst shout. Mervyn King's done 1 or 2 bits before, hasn't he?
He's done a bit on the Euro Tour, if I remember rightly.
You know, that's not a bad person to have. He may not be like the big name pundit signing, but he wouldn't be a bad shout personally.
Yeah. And so, yeah. Philip says, are there any more interviews coming up from Cardiff? Yes, there are, mate. Hopefully I'll drop one out tonight. So we've got Johnny, Luke to come, and we've got one from the governor, the boss. We've got Bazza as well. So they will be coming out. And so anyone from the PDC Nordic and Baltic Tour could do well in the PDC in the future, except Razma and Laban. Yes. No, let me think of his name. 2 seconds. I only interviewed him about 2 months ago as well. Yeah, I think Andreas Toft Jorgensen could be a really, really good player. I like his temperament. I like everything about him. I think he could be one that ticks a lot of boxes.
And it's a region that is growing all the time as well. And having the World Series event out there, I think, is kind of turbocharged things. I think the biggest thing that they need to find now is a suitable enough venue in Iceland to have a Euro Tour. I think that's their next step, is to grow the Euro Tour into all of those territories, because there's enough space and enough time in the calendar to have it in most of those regions.
Yeah. So yeah, that one for me. Says anybody got any advice for my dartitis? Everyone's different, unfortunately. It's one of the ones, if you can find a way to adapt your throw and just make it work for you, would be the one that I'd say. Don't worry about style and technique almost. Just try and make it work. What do you guys think of Nicholson as a commentator? Elite for me.
Yes.
And
again, we both had the privilege of working with him, and
yeah, elite level for me.
And the best thing about him is he makes the people around you tick. And again, being privy of working at Lakeside, we had Lindsay Hitgrave as host, and first off, congratulations to her for getting the Premier League gig at BT. And obviously she's never done a darts event before, and that first session Tony O'Shea went up into the commentary box, and Nico basically was helping her out for all like the little nuances and stuff like that, and their on-air chemistry was absolutely brilliant as a result. He brings the best out of his co-workers, and as a commentator myself, that's what you want from your co-coms, is someone that's going to bring the best out of you, but also bring a detail of analysis that makes it easy for someone, or makes it communicative to someone who A, knows the game inside out, but also B, is a brand new novice to the sport. And I think my light's flickering on and off, so I think the light bulb's just gone up here, but you don't need to know about that.
Yeah, I said it before that if I was picking a talent team to commentate on the darts, Nicholson would definitely be in mine. 100%.
Again, going back to current players, Lorraine Winstanley, when she did her little stint to that event, I thought was really good as well.
I thought Lorraine was really, really good. And I don't mind admitting it, Corinne Hammond pleasantly surprised me at the match play. I wasn't sure it was a good one, but she came across very well in the studio and on commentary. I thought she was very, very good.
And wasn't afraid to give it some to Wayne either.
No, exactly, yeah.
Slotted right in nicely.
Yeah, which is what I like. But yeah, if I was picking, going back to the point, if I was picking a talent pool like a lot of broadcasters do now, that Nico would definitely be in mine.
Completely.
Right. So, ding-dong battle between Boris Koltsov and William O'Connor on board 4. O'Connor leads it 4-3. It's a right old battle. We've got some 64 games underway as well. So I like that the last 64 games are underway before 2 o'clock.
It means an early night.
I'm a fan.
Means you can watch Neighbours a little bit earlier.
It's on my list. Dan says, I believe the live league is the best format for players' improvement. You aren't out if you lose your first match, give you a chance to correct issues in actual matches. Yeah, look, it's no secret that the players that have done well and played regularly in the live league that have gone on and done good things. That's no secret. You can look at the Q score numbers and stuff like that. I enjoy publicising them every time at the end of every day.
And the other thing as well is when you look at it day on day as well, we how many times have we've seen, and I've been lucky enough to do a couple of stints now at the live league, and you watch patterns of players, and you see players who say one day have only won 1 from 5, but they go back to do whatever they need to do in the in-between hours, then come back the next day, and then that they'll win 4 from 5, and then they put themselves back in a position where they can go and win. I mean, Mike Warburton this week's a great example. Monday didn't play to the level we expect from him. Then Tuesday played very well. I don't have a clue what's happened today at the live league, but you can fix issues one day to the next in an environment where, of course, you want to win. Of course, there's things up for grabs, but it's not the same cutthroat environment that the PDC have to. It gives you the chance to develop.
Yeah, and James says the live league is a huge positive to come out of COVID. Would it have happened without COVID? No, I don't think it would have done, because it all came about. Obviously, there was a load of us that we're all self-employed. We all work for ourselves, doing it. And when COVID hit, we were like, At the first one, we didn't have any idea or any clue how long this lockdown was going to happen. It was like, right, okay, what do we do? And conversations were had, like, can we do this? We can give it a go. And I still remember we did about a week's worth of testing. And we did a lot of testing on the original one with Mark Webster. Paul Nicholson were pivotal in this as well, because they were the ones that were obviously at home as well, and we did a lot of testing with them, what software we needed and everything like that. And to start with, then it was just one camera on the board. And I remember when we got the go ahead to do it, and the first week, I'm not going to lie, we were flying by the seat of our pants. To start with, we were streaming around the world off of my internet here at home. Genuinely, everything was coming into me here, and we were sending out.
I'm glad he went off of mine.
Around the world. Luke Humphries has just served a bagel off of Connor's cut as well. But I'll finish this. Yeah, hand on heart, we were streaming from my internet here, and it was like, we've gotten away with this. But could you imagine if the net goes down or anything like that? And things then moved on, and we got a PC in a data center with a designated line and everything like that. So it was more stable. But yeah, that first month when we were doing it from people's homes, and we were flying by the seat of our pants. But look, I've always been a firm believer of you work it out. I remember, look, I love my dad to bits, but again, proper old school. The way he taught me to swim was push me in the pool. As a kid, you work it out. Does that make sense? And
Yeah.
and that's kind of what we did with it, and the boundaries of, right, okay, we've got one board up. Right, how can we make this better? And right, what can we now do to get the 2 camera set up in? And I remember working on the 2 camera setup as well. And we'll do this one as a feature. And the first 2 camera setup we did from people's homes was a Sunday special where we had obviously Phil playing, Fallon. I can't remember. Anastasia was one of them as well, I think. But we had the Sunday special, and again, we'd spent all week with the kit testing the 2 camera setup. And the people above me, most people know who they are, but I won't name them because I don't know if it's public knowledge who actually runs it and does everything. That they were going to do it another way, and I said to them, I said, look, go with me on this. Run with me for an afternoon. If it doesn't work, we'll go back to your way. And after the first game, in between matches, I got a phone call, got called every name under the sun in a positive way, and went, "You've killed us. How do we go back? How can we go back to one board?" which was funny, and it all went from there. And there's some amazing people behind the scenes in it, and that drive it forward. There are some exciting new things coming for the Live League. I can't go into too much, but I promise you, the Online Darts Live League, there are some exciting times coming.
Oh yes.
Obviously, Henry.
And I'm just paid because it's given me a job.
Yeah, obviously Henry's involved in the project, so obviously he knows some of the stuff. It's exciting, isn't it?
Oh yes, I cannot wait. And bad news for all of you is you might see a little bit more of me at the Live League as a consequence of it. Because I know how much some people love my commentary on Red Ball as the work experience kid.
Just having Philip, do you mean online darts as in our brand, or online darts being played as a whole? Possibly, James. Yes. Again, we're working on a few bits and bobs, but yeah, the washing machine may disappear, and the fact that where Henry lives may be a good thing.
People suddenly find my Twitter account. So I think where to go there.
Online darts as a whole. I think online darts. There were always people playing online darts, but would it have boomed without COVID? No, I don't think it would have. I think it would have always been there, but it would have been in the background because people weren't looking for a way to still play competitive stuff. So, although I think it would have been there, I don't think it would have been as big. Is that a fair chat, Henry?
Yeah, I'd say so. You know, before lockdown, what we do if we wanted to play a game of darts, we'd go out to a social club or something like that, or players would go around people's houses and that. look, there's not as much now as there was 2 years ago at the height of lockdown, but I think there's still numbers involved in the online thing. I think there's a lot of players that maybe play further away in other regions like America, Australia, perhaps haven't quite got the competition. It works for them to link up at an hour that works better for them. Yeah, the product's certainly bigger as a result of lockdown. Is there a place for it in the post-COVID world? I'm not sure. I think maybe as a practicing tool there is, but as a competitive tool, possibly not. But it probably was the biggest positive coming from lockdown, because it was between April and June 2020. It was the only live sport that you could actually watch. And when Sky Sports News, when they had nothing else on, was showing PDC home tour as their top stories and things like that, it just shows how big the boom was during that lockdown period.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Rusty Jake Rodriguez has knocked out El Adonis Bronzo, Steve Beaton 6-5. So his renaissance for now has been scuppered, but he will be back tomorrow morning at around about 11:30 to resume his campaign for the week.
Also, Robert Owen, Stack Attack, has just beaten Scott Waits in a noble 6-5. 95.5 average from Robert Owen. Robert's one of these players that is just steady, isn't he? He's just competitive all the time.
The thing is, the way he plays, and it's the reason why it's called Stack Attack, is if his first dart goes low on the wire, it suits two others to go next to whatever target he's aiming at. Even if it just goes underneath that treble, if it stacks itself low, he's got that perfect lie to cling to on top of it, and that's why he's so consistent and so steady. And I think we've seen at the Lively, played at the Champion of Champions, which I was fortunate enough to be a part of a couple of weeks ago, and he played some good stuff. I think with Robert, it's that consistency over a longer scale. He can pick up these really good results. I think it's for him, should he win his tour card back in the second rotation, is we know the quality he's got, is then taking that next step up. And I think Robert himself is quite open and quite honest about that as well. He always is quite honest and philosophical about things. So that's the next step for him, is should he get the tour card back, is to be more consistent over these things. Instead of having a one last 32 and 1 2 8s, is having a consistent one of those 32s, then moving into 16s and then progressing from there.
Yeah. Michael Smith is running riot against Max Hop. The bully boy going through the gears. Glenn says, if it wasn't for on lockdown darts, I'd probably been laid off. Yeah, look, and there would have been a lot of players that just didn't earn money. It was brilliant for them. I wouldn't say an official office, but at the Online Darts Live League is moving venues, and I'm hoping to have a little area in that we can do some bits from.
Phil's broom cupboard.
Andy Peters, Andy with an eye, with Gordon the Gopher. Shout my age now, isn't I?
Either that or you build a tent in the car park. If you want to stream, go in the car park.
General question.
Elsewhere.
Go on, Henry.
I was just going to say, Florian Hempel, 5-3 up here on Eddie Lovely. Had a fantastic year last year, Hempel. Knocked out Dimitri Vandenberg at the World Championship. And I think he was one of these players going into 2022 that we were expecting huge things of. It hasn't quite materialised, although the second half of the year could bear fruits like it did last time round. 5-3 up on Eddie Lovely. Meanwhile, David Pallett's brilliant run of late could be continuing. He's 5-4 up on Hurt Nenchez. Averaging 93.7 is David Pallett in that last 64 tie. Elsewhere, Martin Schindler and Jules Van Dongen 3-3 there. Jules playing much better today than average-wise, and we've seen him recently in these Pro Tour events. We mentioned, obviously, about the situation of travelling earlier. Board 9 sees the number 2 seed, Michael Smith, in action. He's 4-2 up on Max Hopp. Smith averaging 103.6 at the midway point of the match. Hopp, who needs runs, looks as if he's going to have to come again tomorrow. Elsewhere, Rusty Jake Rodriguez 2-1 on Dimitri Vandenberg. Danny Noppert on board 10 is 1 up on Mike D. Decker. And kicking off on board 15 is John O'Shea, friend of the show, against another friend of the show in Stephen Burton.
Yes. So, great question here from Daniel. Says, general question, do you think that darts lacks a couple of characters at the moment? Yes, I do.
I mean, you look at perhaps 10 years ago, and you can go across all codes for this. About 10 years ago, you had some brilliant characters. You had Phil at his pomp. You had Barney, who was still, I'd say, relatively close to the peak of his powers. Okay, he wasn't winning as much as the years previous, but was always a contender in every tournament you played. Adrian Lewis, in his prime years, was just a joy. On the oche, off the oche to watch. Then you still had John Part in the latter stages of his career. You had Gary Anderson, who was starting to win Premier Leagues and things like that at the time. Nico obviously was still on the scene. You had on the other side, you still had Wolfie and Tony O'Shea at their pomp and characters like that. I mean, you look at that Premier League in around 2010, 2011, 2012 time. There were some proper right old characters in there, and I think when sport professionalised, and I think maybe you look at Premier League football, and that's a good example of the years before. You had your crazy gangs, and you had the culture of where you'd see teams afterwards having pints down the pub, and all the front page headlines about how these are right old characters. But as the game professionalises and as more money comes in, players, and rightly so as well, they focus on that as their priority, and because that you don't. Perhaps as a consequence of it, because they're so focused on their career and making sure they do as well as possible, you lose sight on the characteristics that bring it up to what it is in the first place. I think tennis is a big example of that as well.
Yeah, I just look at it like the manly characters and everything like that were brilliant. Michael Smith has
iconic.
Served the bagel. We are going to go. This should be an absolute nice little game. And to be fair, I think TV companies have got a responsibility in this as well, that they used to build the characters very well, and I'm not sure they do that so much anymore because of time restraints and everything like that. I'm not sure they build them as well as they used to.
And by and large, production costs have gone down as well because the rights are actually broadcasting these events go up every right cycle. So because of that, the actual product sometimes can be lost because of the amount of money spent on it. But I mean, I love that those little features that they used to do. I mean, the best one was the Andy Smith and Terry Jenkins one at the World Match Play. Things like that. It builds those characters and builds those relationships, and that's what I want to see more of.
Yeah.
Because we're quite in a privileged position where we see the players off the oche and we get to spend some personal time with them. Obviously, you a bit more the PDC boys than I do. And actually off the oche, they're really nice guys, really nice characters. And they've all got stories from their lives to tell. And it'd be so nice to be able to every now and then showcase them.
Absolutely. I tell you what, interesting here. Jeff Smith at the World Cup looked a shadow of the player that we all know is there. But I don't know what he's done. He's obviously found out what the technical issue he had. It'd be interesting to speak to him about this. But yesterday on the Euro Tour qualifier, he played some fabulous stuff. He's doing it again today. He's 3-1 up on Scott Williams, averaging 108. it looks like the silencer has found out what the issue he was having with and is putting it right. Also, Florian Hempel, big win for him. A man that last year there was genuine hope that he could be a big thing. This year has died off a little bit, but he's playing better. And good to see him getting back there as well. But the Jeff Smith one's interesting. It's the silencer is fine, as was found out what the problem is, and it's good to see.
Yeah, and I think with Jeff as well, again, being a player from the Americas region, and he's publicly said it as well on social media that the traveling during the COVID times, he absolutely hated. Obviously, he had to spend a lot of time away from his family and kind of spent half of his life in isolation, either in Canada or in the UK. And I think that took a huge knock to his confidence. And maybe now things are coming out the other side, both sides of the Atlantic. Maybe that release of pressure and that other side, the anxiety of having to pass COVID tests to go back and see his family. And even then, that's not going to be for long because he's got to go back over to the UK. Maybe that's just helped him a little bit as well. And it's found that, and look, darts players work on confidence. And if you're feeling good about yourself personally, then it usually transpires into your game. So, that I think that's got to be a factor. But look, he's flicked a switch, and we know what Jeff Smith's like. He's easily a top 64 player, comfortably a tour card holder, and 4-1 up on Scott Williams, who, as we said, we were calling him the Phantom. He's a seed in a Players' Championship without holding a tour card. This is a good victory for him if he can get over the line in this.
Yeah, I'm currently on board 2, stream board 1. I don't know if Gob's listening in the background, but I think Josh Rock is developed again today. He is currently 3-1 up on Brendan Dolan, averaging 117. Yes, you heard right, 117. Danny Noppert is level. Jose de Souza is behind. And this is what I was saying about Jose de Souza, and this sums it up perfectly, Henry. His first game, he wins with over 100 average. Now he's 5-3 behind to Mervyn King, averaging 85.
Consistency, and it's something that we've said about him for a number of years.
Yeah, that's the issue with Jose de Souza right now. When it's on, it's brilliant. When it's off, it's like this. Also, just getting underway. What a game this is. Big John Hill, medium-sized Hendo, against Vincent van der Voort on the stream.
Talk about the characters. They're two right there.
I love Vincent to bits. Absolutely love him to bits. Again,
I just want to learn Dutch to know what he says on Dutch punditry.
Oh, if it's anything like his English, when you chat to him away from darts, it will be brutal. And they get away with it more on Via Player and that as well.
Because they're not they're official broadcaster, but not the official broadcaster.
Yeah. I would imagine it will be brutal.
Roy Keane-esque.
Chat room's been absolutely superb today. Remember, if you haven't, make sure you drop us a like and subscribe. We want to get to that 30k mark before the Worlds. That's one of the boundaries we want to tick off. Keep setting ourselves target goals here, don't we, Henry? Bits we want to get to, and that 30k mark by the Worlds is the next one.
Exactly, 30k, and you never know. There might be something in it for one of you.
There will be,
if you're lucky enough.
There will be. We'll get something sorted. Wow.
You might win a night out with me
at Pop World.
Yeah, that's the booby prize, isn't it?
Josh Rock is averaging 121 as he is 5-1 up.
It's a bit good.
Jeff Smith, 6-1, 105 average.
It's beginning to come up to the boil a little bit here at the Metrodome. Let's have a look elsewhere then on the bottom half of the draw. where Rabbi John Rodriguez is 1 up over Jermaine Watamine, and Watamine has pulled back the second to make it 1 apiece. Goen Price up against Devon Peterson. Low key affair so far. It's Price who's leading 2-1, averaging 88.2. Board 15, John O'Shea looks like he's going to end Stephen Burton's dreams for the day. O'Shea 4 up, averaging 92 compared to Burton's 87. He looks in all manners of control in that one. Board 12, Danny Noppert going about his business quietly and proficiently so far. 4-2 up on Mike De Decker in that one. And on board 16, Dimitri Vandenberg and Rusty Jake Rodriguez are locked into battle at 4 apiece. But board 2, Josh Rock has done the job, Phil.
Done the job indeed. What a performance from this young man. 6-1 winner over Brendan Dolan, averaging 121.88.
And it's amazing, I think 12 months ago, he was hardly a household name in his own house, as Rod Studd would say.
Yeah. And fair play to Brendan. Just watching the pictures on the stream there as well. Brendan Dolan knows how good that performance was as well. A huge respect there for Brendan Dolan.
So Jose de Souza, since he went behind, hit a Shanghai, a 9-darter, and then somehow left 158 after 9 darts in the deciding leg.
Casual, and this is what I mean. I can't remember who it was in the chat room calls him Bitcoin de Souza, because it is completely up and down. There is no middle ground, is there? It is either stunning or a bag of spanners. There is just nothing in between.
Indeed. And the thing is, if he had a solid enough B game, he is comfortably a top 8 player. Comfortably a top 8 player. Because his A game is just absolutely ridiculous. If he can find something that's level on his B game, he will be up there consistently with the best in the world. But he just cannot find it, yes. But did I just see Rusty Jake Rodriguez nail the 9 on the feature game?
I don't know. I was looking at the.
Gob's not here, I suppose.
I was looking at the stats from Josh Rock. I'm not going to lie. It's all
Gob's not here, so it was always going to rain.
It's been raining 9 darters. Josh Rock's winning legs, as Ryan's put in the chat room there. 11, 12, 16, 12, 11, 12.
That's a bit special.
Yeah. That is a little bit good.
Just a bit special.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll take that one.
Want to improve in his next match, but you know.
Yeah. Gary Anderson, Jeffrey Diswan on stream board 1. James says, how many players in history have done 122 plus average in a ranked event? Good question. John O'Shea.
Good question.
6-1 winner. The Joker is going through the gears. I hope Maisie is enjoying watching at home as well.
There cannot be many. I mean, Carl Hansen hit that really big average, didn't he? Peter Wright's hit a really big one here. Obviously, Van Gogh for the TV record average. Didn't Highbridge average something like 121 once in the World Cup?
Dimitri Vandenberg. Roby John is sat on tops. And Dimitri Vandenberg pins 151 to win a Noble.
But look at the visits before the 140. 26, 85, 99. He looks completely and utterly out of it. And then he pins 140 and then crash, bang, wallop, 151, wins the match.
Yeah. Jose did a 127 on the Pro Tour. What's going on here? What madness is this?
Sheer madness. Metrodome madness. So going bonkers in Barnsley.
What's going on? It's all going bonkers.
Now, I always like having a scroll down Philip Wolf's Twitter feed when we're doing one of these days, and one of these stats that I really like is the 100+ averages in round one. So it was 11 in total. 6 were good enough to win. 5 of them were losing averages. That's the standard we are seeing so far today. That 5 players have averaged a ton so far and have gone on to lose a match. And Mike De Decker could be the 6th because he's 5-4 down to Danny Noppert and he's averaging a ton himself.
Yeah. We've got Gary on the stream. Let's see if he's had an equipment change. He's one that likes to have a... Oh, no, it looks like he's kept with the 2 blue ring. I like that, Gary. Normally he's one when he gets bored. He'll have a little tinker with some bits. Board 4, the Rockstar has gone. Joe Cullen beaten 6-3 by Ricardo Petresco. Yeah,
big upset there. Again, Joe Cullen, one of those players that we were expecting to have a good week this week, going down under in a few weeks' time, and that's a big moment in his career to get that call up. And I think when you get the call up to do the Australia and New Zealand legs of the World Series, I think you've made it as a professional darts player at the top of the PDC these days. But disappointment for him there. We'll come back, of course, again tomorrow to enjoy some more Players' Championship action. Get underway on board 15. Danny Jansen up against Ross Montgomery. On 13, they'll go in prices, closing in on victory against Devon Peterson. 5-2 up. He's gone up the gears a little bit. We were saying how it was a bit of a staggered start from both early on, but Price has brought the average up to 96.82 and a leg away from victory. Ravi John Rodriguez is 4-3 up on Jermaine Watermina. Christopher Tysky 2-1 up on Tony Martinez. And in the battle between Vincent van der Voort and John Henderson, 3-2 to Vincent there. And in fact, Danny Noppert gets the job done against Mike De Decker. The average just dips below the tongue for the Belgian. But it's Danny Noppert, the number 10 seed, the UK Open champion, who is through to the last 32. He is a victor by 6 legs to 4.
It's a very impressive resume, but you missed off World Series 5. Oh.
Former runner-up there. If we... Does that count as a major?
Gerwin Price has done the job on Devon Peterson. The African Warrior departs. Again, provisionally, if Jeffrey DeJuan beats Gary Anderson, still an if, still early on in this one, he would jump into that provisional 32 spot for the World Championship. Don't get me wrong, still needs a near miracle to keep his card, but he's fighting.
Remember, Jamie Lewis was hanging on to his card, and then he got to the semi-finals of the World Championship.
It just hindered him 2 years later when he was never going to repeat the feat.
Yeah, that is true. But again, another player who's come off tour, playing in events, and I know he had a lot of issues with his confidence and his throw and things like that, but the last about 3-4 months, we've seen better signs from Jamie Lewis. He's doing well in a couple of the ranking events in the WDF system. He's playing, I think he's played a bit of, has he played ADC? I'm not sure. I feel like I've seen his name there somewhere. I could be wrong, but he's gone back on the tour and he's playing well again. And he's trying to build that confidence up again to head back to Q School in January. I know under new management as well and things like that. So he looks like he's in a better headspace now.
Yeah. On that, James says we need to see Rock at the Grand Prix. He's still a long way behind, though. He's still 11 grand behind at the moment. So we've still got work to do there. What do you think of Dave?
Bring back the 2 Irish qualifiers.
Yeah. The Dave Pallet throw starts. No, they've all got different traits when they throw darts. Vincent 4-3 up on Hendo on stream board 2. After this feature game, I'm going to grab a quick ad break so we can go to the loo and refill my water bottles. But again, stay with us as always. If you haven't, make sure you drop us a like and subscribe to the channel. Lily Williams was in cruise control here, but Steve Lennon just coming back into this a little bit.
He's keeping him honest, that is for sure.
Yeah, just not letting him cruise over the finish line.
Well, this is the leg, isn't it? Louis Williams has the darts. It's his opportunity to signpost the victory, seal it, deliver it, and not have any shenanigans, because we get back to 5-4. Steve Lennon has the darts. If he wins that, 5-all, anyone's game, anyone's contest. You probably make Lennon the favourite out of the fact that he's the one that stormed the comeback.
Yeah, you then don't want to be going to an oval where you've been miles in front. Your brain starts overthinking it.
You get tense, but he ain't getting tense here. Back-to-back 140s. Leaves him on 2-2, 1 after 6. But look at that for a post for Steve Lennon. He's forcing the issue of Louis Williams. Meanwhile, Jermaine Watermean has beaten Rabi John Rodriguez in a deciding leg 6-5. But that's only a 98 for Louis Williams. That could be punished.
Shawnee Mac is in the chat room. Hope you are good, buddy.
Indeed. Hello, Sean. Always great company to keep is Shawnee Mac.
Absolutely.
So then 51 for Louis Williams to seal the deal, seal a 6-3 victory and get himself through to the top 32. Is it 19-4, 32? 46 leaves 5. So Lennon back for 68 to bring it back to 5-4, bring it back onto his throw. And would make life incredibly difficult, incredibly interesting. But Williams will come back. He'll get another throw of the dice to crawl over the line in a game that he's dominated for large swathes of. And he does so, 2 darts in hand, and Louis Williams is a 6-3 victor over Steve Lennon, who kept him honest, tried to bring on a comeback charge, But Louis Williams, he is through. Big victory for him on board 7. 6-3 victor against Steve Lennon.
Yeah. There we are. How we doing, Matt? Hope you are good. Shawnee says, hi, chaps, laying on a langer. Could be worse. What country are you in on holiday, buddy? Hope you're having a great time.
No, he's just in the Highlands somewhere.
just in Aberdeen Marina.
It's 12 degrees. It's summertime up there.
Right, we're going to grab a quick toilet break. I'm going to play a couple of ads so we can refill our water bottles. Quick call on nature, but we'll be back on the other side of this.
This is just the beginning.
Welcome back to Online Darts, everyone, and here we are for the Pro Tour Live Players Championship 22, and what a day it's been. We've seen record averages, 9 darters, you name it, we have seen it. Congratulations to Josh Rock, a fabulous average, 121.88. We've seen 9 darters from Rusty Jake and Jose de Souza. It's all going on, Henry.
It is madness at the Metrodome. It's all happening in Barnsley on this Wednesday's worth of action. For some reason, I'm thinking it's Tuesday, but Wednesday here at the Players Championship. I read a tweet from birthday boy Chris Murphy saying that this event's been played in Vegas, it's been played in Australia, been played in Dublin, it's been played everywhere, all around the world. But where else would you want this event to take place than at the magnificent home of world darts, the Metrodome in Barnsley?
Absolutely.
Which I've never been to. I've been to Barnsley, but never to the Metrodome. I have to make it a trip one day.
On the stream, Hendo has started with a max in a noble leg with Vincent van der Voort, but then follows it with 22. Oh, Hendo. You start with a max and then go 22-30.
Sean McDonald just said 12 degrees, that's factor 50 weather. But how about this for an upset? Jeffrey Desvan has beaten Gary Anderson. He's into the last 32. He has got lots of work to do if he's to keep his PDC Tour card come the end of 2022. But I'll tell you one thing, victories like that, get himself to the last 32, it gives him a chance. His prerogative is to get into the World Championships. That victory puts him in there.
It does. Now, Hendo has the champagne shot. Vincent van der Voort is sat on 52. Oh, he's missed the ball. I want to see how close it is on the stream because I'm watching it on Dart Connect. But Hendo has missed the ball for 132. And it goes. Vincent van der Voort has beaten John Henderson in that Noble. But let's see how close it was for the ball. Oh, the way the first start is sat in the 25 as well. It's perfect. Oh, he's gone the wrong side of it.
Just having a look again at the PDC Tour Card race. At the minute, £47,500 is what you're going to have to better to stay inside the top 64. Interestingly, Scott Mitchell is just hovering inside the 64 now at 63. He's been outside for such a long time of that 64 race. But going back to Jeffrey Desvan, he's on £27,000. Even if he wins today's Pro Tour, he is just a shade under £10,000 off Josh Rock. £10,000, by the way, is a big sum of money, because that is what you would get automatically for playing in the World Championship, a tournament he is currently in. Gets in the Players' Championship, gives himself half a shout if he has a good end to the year.
Chris Dobie, 4-1 up on Brian Roman. Again, Brian Roman is one of these players that his A game is very good, but there's not much underneath that, is it, Henry? It's all or nothing for him at the moment.
Yeah, it's all about consistency, isn't it, with him? And as you say, his A game really is good, and we've seen it on many stages. We've seen it on the PDC stage a couple of times as well, and he can compete with the better than. But like a lot of players, and we say this quite a lot, it's developing that B game that can be competitive when you're not playing at your best, and that's something that I think he's still trying to learn. And I mean, he's one of those players that, again, you get to speak to off the hockey. He's one of the nicest people you'll ever wish to meet, and you hope that he does well. But at the minute, he's just struggling to find that consistency on a level which will see him compete week in, week out. His A game is there. If he can just craft the B game to around basically what Chris Dobie's doing against him, and that's low 90s. If he can bring his B game up to that level, then yeah, we've got a player on our hands. But that's what he needs to work on in his second year.
Yeah, absolutely. Ted Everts 4-1 up on Kim Hybrex as well. Again, a free pass for Ted Everts. Lost his tour card, went and won it back at the opening opportunity. So has to make hay while he's playing on freebies.
Doesn't want to go back into year 2 with the pressure that he had previous.
Absolutely.
Warming up, some good games, as it should be, because we're coming towards the last 32. Luke Humphreys against the resurgent man that is the silencer, Jeff Smith. Nathan Aspinall taking on Louis Williams. And Mickey Mansell, the conqueror, James Wade in the last round. He takes on Florian Hempel, a man who many people are expecting a big second half of the year. A man that also needs a big second half of the year because he's got a lot to defend at the World Championships is Stephen Bunting. And he's a 6-2 winner over Jason Lowe with an average just under 105. And so the bullet is firing all the right notes at the minute. Tears into the last 32 at Players Championship 22. Get the corks open, Phil.
Also, Andrew Gilding 3-2 up on Robert Owen. This is a very competitive game. Not much between them. William O'Connor leads Jonathan Worsley 3-2. Laban 3-1 up on Get DeVos. I love how we don't even address him as Darius anymore. It's just Laban.
The self-proclaimed nickname. You know you've made it when you got a nickname or just one name that people just know you as. Whatever happened a couple of years ago, everyone kept calling him Peter Snakey. That's kind of slowly drifted away as time's gone on.
Yeah. Mental Sulovic 2-0 up on Luke Peters. So, I mean, I'm looking forward to the Humphrey-Smith game. After what we've just seen, that should be tasty. Aspinall, Louis Williams, stable mates.
It should.
Same management team. That should be decent. Ross Montgomery is in front against Danny Jansen.
Robert Owen keeps scrapping and fighting away. 3-3 him and Gilding are at now. And Stephen Bunting really didn't fancy the break because he's straight back on and warming up against Jose de Souza on board 6.
They're not hanging around, are they? The old markers and the marshals. Get on.
Come here now.
Yeah, but I've only just walked off. I don't care. Get back on.
I want to be done by 6.
Oh, I'll tell you, they just put the
Get over
game up
Corey.
on stream board 2. World Cup teammates collide. Martin Schindler plays Gabriel Clemens.
The Deutsche Darters go toe-to-toe.
Yeah. Aspinall takes the opener against Louis Williams.
And I'll tell you what, for David Pallett, last 32 of a Players' Championship as an associate player, Jermaine Watermina is not the worst draw that you could have had pulled out the hat. No disrespect meant whatsoever to Jermaine here, but it could have been so much worse. I know he did the damage early on by beating Peter Wright, but to get yourself to the last 16, it's not a bad game to have.
No, absolutely. Robert Owen is now in front against Goldfinger. Stack attack. It's going through the gears here.
Robert Owen is playing at what we've been privileged to see as a trademark average. He likes it between 92 and 98, I found. And of course, every now and then we see these huge averages way in excess of 100, but his consistent mark seems to be around the 92s to 97s. And that is why he is one of the best players outside the PDC system at the minute. And he's showing it and then some against Andrew Gilding, leading 4-3. And he said, he's got to run pretty much in every Players' Championship until the end of the year because of his position in the Challenge Tour Order of Merit. And for him, it's an opportunity to try and test himself against the best and see and kind of really check out where his game's at. He sees it as an absolute freebie, as he should do, because at the end of the day, he's got no pressure on him. If he does well, he picks up money from pros' pockets. That's a phrase that we've heard from Matthew Edgar a couple of times. So, he's taken this opportunity, this freebie chance, and then some.
Absolutely. Jeff Smith is just carrying on here. He is 2-0 up on the number 1 seed. Luke Humphreys averaging 107.
He had
Chris
his
Dobie,
Weetabix.
Yeah, Chris Dobie has missed match starts. However, what a response to that disappointment. 134, 140, 140 to leave 87 after just 9. Danny Jansen
Meanwhile, on board 15. We read each other's minds there, Phil.
Yeah. Dobie, more match starts have come. Will match starts go? Yes, they will. And this is what we said earlier about you don't want to go 5-all having missed multiple match starts because your mind will start playing tricks on you. And Chris Dobie now has it all to do. He was on a 2-darter after 9. He is now in a noble.
And one of Brian Roman's best strengths as a player is he's one of the best opportunists that there is in the game. If there is a chance there and you snuffed it, Roman, it will pick up the pieces if he is allowed to. Okay, it's only a 60 start there. He'll be disappointed. He could have jumped all over that 97 from Dobie, but he doesn't want to be presenting any more gifts because Roman is the type of player that will take them. And here, most likely needs a ton for it. He'll go one better than that. He'll go for the full max. And now this leg is up in the offing. This deciding leg is up in the offing. 116 needs 190. Roman might get 6. I don't know how he's hit 116.
That's a weird one, that is.
But Roman doesn't punish, only hits 55. So now it's Dobie who has 6 darts, and that was more than what he wanted, that 138 to leave him 52. He's going to get 2 match darts to get over the line and to thwart the Brian Roman comeback. But those match darts have both come and gone, and can Roman steal it with the 112? No. So Dobie will get 55 and hit 55 to get himself out of the darting jail against Brian Roman, who pushed him all the way to the decider. Dobie was streets in front of the match. Roman pulled his way back, but it is Hollywood who gets himself through by the skin of his teeth by 6 legs to 5.
And that will be pure relief.
Completely.
We're going to go to this one. This is an absolute belter, 2 apiece. Jeff Smith averaging 106, but can't shake off Luke Humphreys.
Just answer your question, Robert. Heta isn't here. He's back home in Australia, spending a bit of time with the family before he gets his World Series campaign in Oz underway in a couple of weeks' time. Meanwhile, Kim Huybrechts has beaten Ted Evett 6-4, and Huybrechts, who is slowly getting better, perhaps under the radar a little bit. He's into the last 32.
Robert Owen is 1 away, 5-4 up on Andrew Gilding. Dan says, Phil, would you consider a player who throws 121 average developed? We all know the thoughts here on that one. And it's nothing against Josh because he's a fabulous player, but the system's wrong. The same as Vladimir Anderson pulling out of a Pro Tour when you have a tour card to play in a sub-tour because it's an easier way of getting to the World Championships. Just doesn't sit right for me.
No, but I tell you what will sit right with Robert Owen, and that is the scoreline. He has beaten Andrew Gilding by 6 legs to 4 with an average of 97.5. It's been a good day so far for the players who've had a tour card. He is through 6-4, and he is in to the last 32, where fellow non-tour card holder David Pallett is leading 2-1 against Jermaine Watermean. We always like to keep an eye on them on these Pro Tour streams.
Just how far down the Challenge Tour order of merit did we get for this one today? So Scott Williams is in, Danny Mantrip's in, David Panic, Kenny Nyans, Carol Sellerchap, Robert Owen.
McEwen's not here, so it's down to 7.
Any what? Do we
See,
know
if this
why
was in-
McEwen hasn't gone?
I
thought
think
I
that's
saw
the
him on the
limit, up
list.
to 7. Oh, okay. But then that would mean Jenks would have been there then, as the next player down.
I'd say because Jean Van Veen's in.
Hmm.
Jean Van Veen's played today.
Interesting.
Stu Wilson, I believe, is in. Obviously, Yella Klassen's in Australia.
Yep. That's weird because if McEwen got the call up, he's one of those players that would have said yes regardless of the situation. So, yeah, that's interesting. Because McEwen's not there and Jenkins are not there, and they're two players that if they were given the call up would go no matter what.
100%. I'm just trying to.
Jenkins would never turn down an opportunity to pick up a couple of notes.
Or go on the lash.
He's a famous figure in these parts.
Never give Andy Jenkins your number because you will get a FaceTime at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
I'm just trying to find that. Just trying to find where I know where I saw the list. I'm just scrolling back to it. Hang on, this might have changed. Right, so that's it. I knew I'd seen it. So McEwen is in 23 and 24. So I'm guessing there must have been a reason he couldn't play today.
Possibly,
Pallet
yeah. Work
is
reason,
only
yeah.
in- Pallet is only in 22 and 23 on this list. This is a couple of days old, so that obviously that might change because obviously Adrian Lewis is pulled out. Adrian's not well, so yeah, McEwen's in. I can't believe Jenks hasn't gone.
No, I can't see how, if he was offered it, why he wouldn't be there. Because Van Veen ain't top of the. I haven't really followed the development tour as much as I should. It's not as if Van Veen's top of the development tour and he's got in that way, is there?
No, he's 10th on the Challenge Tour order of merit at the moment.
Yeah, so he's 10th. But yet the two. Yeah, that's what's scratching my head. But the two players in front of him would have jumped at the. Well, McEwen is playing in the next couple, but they would jump at the invite.
To be fair, McEwen might not have been able to play today. That's why he's playing the next two, perhaps.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and of course, remember they're working men as well at the same time.
Yeah, it's a strange one, that.
Head scratcher.
Jonathan Worsley has beaten William O'Connor in a noble 6-5. Remember, come and say hi in the chat room. Drop us a like and subscribe if you haven't. Bitcoin is underway against Stephen Bunting. But what a comeback from Luke Humphreys. 2-0 down. He's won 6 on the spin. And don't get me wrong, Jeff Smith's average has dropped. But it's not dropped horrifically. He's still averaged nearly 98.
Exactly. You still could have do a job to beat a player averaging around that mark. So I think more than maybe having a look at Jeff Smith, I think you've got to give full congratulations to the player actually came out and won the game because Luke Humphries had to go and show something. Jeff Smith didn't really drop his level. He was about 102, 103 midway through, starting off about 107. So, to finish off 98, you still got to do a job to get over the line. And that was exactly what Luke Humphries did there. Showed a bit of class there, did Cool Hand Luke. And through to the last 16 he goes, as we see a man who's fighting to keep his tour card in Jeffrey Desvan against a man who is loving life as a new tour card holder, Josh Rock, on the featured stream game. It's locked at 2 apiece. Both players on a high checkout, but it's Desvan who has first pop at the 164.
Absolutely. Also in the chat room, James says next year's Premier League 8, if the players are going to be interesting, Wade, Ferrick, Dimmy, Miles off the top 4 on the tour card race. MVG, Snakebite, Price, Smith seem to be top 4. Certain who are the other 4?
Now,
right, if we're calling it right now, do we mean?
I think the fact that Dimitri's been handed the gigs in Australia and New Zealand could be a telling sign.
Yeah, I think Johnny Clayton gets in.
Yep.
I think, yeah, barring someone winning the world that is outside the top 4 at the moment, they look set in stone. So you'll have Gezi, Peter, Michael, and Michael. Then the other 4, if I was picking it right now, look, this isn't necessarily the ones that I'd want. These are the ones that I think will get in, because there's a difference. As dart fans, we all like to watch different players. So the ones that I would like are different to the ones I think. And the ones I think right now, Johnny Clayton, Dimitri Vandenberg, Joe Cullen, Luke Humphries.
I agree up until Humphries. There's still a part of me that thinks James Wade might wrangle his way into the conversation.
Possibly, yeah. But they're the ones I
because
think.
one thing he does have again is he has this big name attraction which in Europe helps.
Yeah,
because let's be honest, he's the biggest name. He's still one of the biggest names in the sport.
Yeah.
However, I would love to see Noppy be given the chance.
Yeah, who would I want in? On a pure personal note, the way they're playing right now, I would love Aspinall to be in there because he's just so exciting to watch.
Offers so much.
Ticks those boxes. So yeah, I would love Aspinall. Joe Cullen would still be in mine. Again, plays at such a good pace and so watchable. I would have then 2 Dutchmen. No, sorry. One Dutchman, 1 Welshman. I would have Johnny Clayton in there. And Noppy would be the 4. Although I would love to somehow fit Dirk in, but I just can't do it at the moment. So the top 4 as they are, and then the ones that I would like to watch personally: Aspinall, Noppert, Cullen, and Clayton.
That would fill some
right
arenas.
That's just right now. That can change as the tournaments go through. But if I was picking it right now, that's what I'd go for. Yeah, no, exactly, James. It's very different in the tour card. What is the tour card race top 8? Let's have a look at that in a moment to see.
to be honest, it's not too far off what we said, apart from the fact that Rob Cross is in at 7.
I had a good chat with Rob the other day. He is still adamant that he is not playing in any invite events next year if he's invited. Still adamant.
I suppose I'd imagine for him, he feels like he's kind of been the one that's been left out, hasn't he? You know, won the European Championships, which is one of the big ones. He had a good end to last year, and I mean, a player who's played in, what was it? Is it 3 lost to Luke in the Euro Tour this year?
Yeah, I think so.
You've got to be desperately unlucky to miss out on the back of that kind of form guide.
Yeah.
And the thing is, he's kind of made himself a big enough name.
Yeah.
You know, when he won that World Championship for the next 12 months or so, he was touring Loose Women, Good Morning Britain, every TV channel there was.
It's an interesting one. Matthew says, do you guys think Gando will play in next year's based on his name like how RVB got in the final few years? No. I don't think so.
Difference is, in Barney's day, there was 10.
Yeah. And to be fair, I'm not sure, even if, say Anderson went and won the World Championship, unlikely, I know, but bear with me. I actually think even if Anderson won the Worlds, I'm not convinced he would play in the Premier League. I'm really not.
Look, it's a lot of commitment, and he's at the stage of his life where he probably wants to take it a bit easy and enjoy himself, enjoy what he does.
Yeah, I think Gary's Premier League days, for his own choice now as well, are done. I'm not convinced he actually wanted to play in this year's. But may have got.
I mean, a lot said that he's not going to Australia over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah. Yeah, James. Yeah, I'd go with. Yeah, that's what I think it will be. I just think that there are certain players that tick a lot of boxes, as well as the playing ones. Your Dimitris, your Lukes. They look great. They talk very well, and they just tick all the boxes you want for the Premier. How is Dejuan busted 120? It's not on the stream, so we'll never know. But how is Dejuan busted one?
You go high on the 20, Jeffrey. You go high on the 20.
Yeah, it's just like idiots.
Go the Jose route. Tops, tops, tops. You can never bust it that way. How on earth, Jeffrey? Jeffrey, it's cost you the match.
Oh, I'll tell you what, this one's going as feature game next. We're going World Cup teammates collide. Again.
Very good afternoon to our viewers joining us from Berlin. Oh no, this is Brussels. Yeah.
We've got World Cup teammates colliding all over the place.
We
but
could do it
I
like
find it
Eurovision,
hard.
you know, when they do that thing where they go to different cities and that to clarify the results.
Philip says, I find it harsh not to include Cross, Humphreys and De Souza in any of the World Series events. At least, yeah, no, I agree. I think there was a case to shake it up a little bit.
I think as the World Series continues to grow, and I think next year when more territories will be more open to having these events, I think this year there was still a hesitancy to hosting these World Series events in some regions of the world. But I think next year when there's new possibilities in terms of territories, I think as it expands, and I think it will expand, and it could turn into a 7-8 event series a year. I think you're going to have to see more players participate in it, and I do think the future of the World Series is you have an event in America, you have your couple in Europe, your traditional lot in Australasia. I can see somewhere in that Japan, even though it's, as you mentioned, sometimes for the TV in the UK is not great. I think the growth in the region, I suspect that there'll probably be another event put there, and I can't see it being too long the way that the African scene is thriving, that they give it another go maybe down in South Africa. So by the time you got all of those events, you're going to have to mix and match which players you're going to put in which event and when. You probably put your strength and depth for the 3 events in Australia and in America, and then the rest of it you kind of mix and match your players from there.
Yeah, I would like to see another event in North America. Maybe go like New York one weekend and then up to Canada the next.
Vancouver, BC.
Or we just bring back Vegas as well and do New York, Vegas. I'm partial for that as well. But I'd like to see another World Series event in North America. And personally, I would love to see a World Series event in South Africa.
Yeah.
That would be the ones for me.
The only problem is, as it grows, is you're going to probably have to sacrifice a Eurotour event for it somewhere down the line. That's when we're going to have interesting crossfires.
Yeah.
Because the schedule is completely rammed as it is.
Yeah. Michael Smith has beaten Vincent van der Voort 6-4. And also Florian Hempel 6-3 over Mickey Mansell. Back into the chat room. Is Gezi and Mensa the stream game? Don't know. Possibly. We'll have a look. Going back into the chat room. RB Football says Van Geel lives in the Netherlands. He travels every week to the Premier League. He never moans. It's just the way players are. Certain players like a moan. Certain players like to get on with it. On the other hand, Michael's best mate Vincent loves a moan. So it's swings and roundabouts.
Surprised Vincent hasn't been asked to present on LBC yet.
How we doing, Tommy? Hope you are good. Deshwan went treble 20. Tops, brilliant.
Hold on. How is that possible?
I'm guessing.
Surely you know after you hit the tops, go double 10.
I'm guessing he thinks it's just under and not looked and just thrown.
Oh, no. And that was his last throw.
Yeah.
Yikes.
John O'Shea 3-all with Danny Jansen. I hope you feel better soon, Tommy. Adrian, yeah, I think Steve Beaton will keep his tour card now. Qualifying for those Europeans is huge, and he's back into the World Championship race at the moment. So, yeah, I think so. When are the TV rights up for darts? So, I think
24, isn't it?
After the 2025 World, so the end of 2024, but that's after the 25 World Championship, isn't it? That's how they do it.
Yeah.
So I'm sure around January 25.
It will be interesting to see. And when I say interested to see, I'm intrigued to see where Sky are at that point.
Look, it'll all come down to who offers the most money. That's the bottom line, is who pays the most. Martin Schindler has beaten his World Cup captain Gabriel Clements on the stream.
Here's one for you, Phil. Going back to TV rights. Ali Pali, would you now, with the prestige that the tournament has got, if you're the PDC, look at a free-to-air highlights partner for the latter stages, quarterfinals, semis, finals, that sort of business?
Yes, I think it would make sense. I think the issue is around the timings that some of the sessions finish. You think some days it's 11:30, 12 o'clock. They've then got to put them together. And then, like, you think match of the day and the Champions League highlight shows in particular are always set. They know what time the games are finishing.
Yeah.
So it's like with 10:30 start. That's where I think the issue is. The fact that the session is live that night causes a bit of an issue. But yeah, look, it would be amazing and it could only help. But I just think that maybe the timings are an issue.
Because especially say you use someone like Channel 4 or Channel 5, plug them out, who don't cover darts normally. Especially Channel 4 because they got a relationship with Sky. You don't have extra commentators on site. There's no conflict of interest. You just rip off the Sky feed and you just have a Channel 4 presenter and that as a basis for it. So you haven't got anything extra to do. But that's why I'd say probably latter ends, quarterfinals, semis, finals, where it sort of finishes at a respectable hour, unless they're going back to 8 o'clock starts for the sessions at the World Championship, which I can't see happening on the back of the backlash of the match play. But I just think possibly just to take it to...
There are a few 8 o'clocks because of the football.
True. But the final always backs off of a Premier League game anyway.
Dave Chisnell is on fire. He's just beaten Robert Owen 6-0, averaging 107.
It's a bit good.
Yeah, he's done. I'm just looking at the later stages. I know that there's some 8 o'clock starts because of the football early on. The World Championship final is an 8 p.m. start.
I've just seen the fixture list for the match day that the World Championship final is on. Now, if they go all out for that World Championship final date with the biggest game in the Premier League, they're going to back up some viewers because it's Chelsea against Manchester City.
There you go.
Now, if you're Eddie Hearn, you're rubbing your hands together and you're telling Sky you're broadcasting that game before live coverage of the Alexandra Palace final.
Yeah, the Ali Pali starts at 8. So you'll have
5:30 kickoff.
5:30 kickoff. There you go.
Enough time for Roy Keane to have a rant, and then we go off and join the darts.
Craig says he thinks the rights will end up on Amazon, quite possibly. John O'Shea is a leg away from another last 16.
I mean, the TV landscape maybe not see it this season, but next season will change dramatically because now BT are kind of 50-50 with Discovery and Eurosport. I think you're going to see a lot of changes in that landscape, and I think they're going to have to work their way through what they're going to do, whether they're going to merge BT and Eurosport together or not.
Is that off again? I thought that was almost a done deal.
It is on. I think it is done, but obviously they haven't. It's not all confirmed. But as soon as it is, because BT Sport's starting to broadcast stuff on Quest, advertise stuff on Quest and things like that. So once that's all through, I think you're going to see a big change in the landscape, and they'll have a big decision to make as to say, well, do we just move BT Sport all over to Eurosport and add a couple more channels or things like that?
Yeah.
Which obviously, when it comes to rights deals, again, adds another big player in the mix, because put them two together, then you got an extra few quid to splash at it.
Yeah.
But Amazon tentatively going into the Champions League is huge.
Yeah. We'll put Gezi, Price and Mensa on after this one is finished. And Dimitri is 5-1 to the good. Chisnall Aspinall is the next stream game. That will be a little bit good.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Thank you very much.
As Wayne famously went, oh my.
This is what they've come to see. By the way, just to interlude, we should say congratulations to Scott Walters, who's won Group A at the Live League.
Yeah. That's how Bitcoin's at it again. He's up and down like an absolute yo-yo. 102 to win it. And then he scores 38.
As you do.
107. Tell me Jose's playing without telling me Jose's playing. 140, 119, 140, 38.
As you do.
Casual. Stephen Bunting
Just a normal day.
has led 16, but will he get a go is the issue. Will he get a go? Yes, he will. Bunting to beat De Souza. 3 clear darts in hand. Second dart it goes. Stephen Bunting beats Jose De Souza in a noble. And also, whilst I was doing that one, John O'Shea is strengthening his position on the tour comfortably in the Players' Championship finals at the moment and strengthening that World Championship spot. The Joker, Ali Pally would be something.
The perfect way to secure your first year. In that first year on tour, there's 2 objectives, 2 pivotal objectives. Qualify for Minehead in the Players' Championship finals and get yourself to Alexandra Palace. If you do both of them, you give yourself the best possible chance of retaining your tour card in year 2.
Yeah. As a new tour card holder, you have to get to the Worlds. You have to.
Because even when you get to the Worlds the first year, you have an uphill battle still in the second. I mean, Nick Kenny, a great example, qualified for both in his first year in the rotation is a PDC Tour card holder. Nick Kenny actually picked up a couple of wins at Alexandra Palace, but failed to qualify second time round, and as a consequence, he dropped straight off the tour.
Yeah. Dimitri Vandenberg was cruising. Just making a little bit of hard work of this.
Meanwhile, on board 12, we have an oval between Danny Noppert and Chris Dobie, locked at 5 apiece. Dobie has the darts and the decider. After 6 starts, he's on 303. Noppert's on 346. Dobie averaging 96, Noppert 99. Only a 58 from Dobie leaves 245. Noppert can't leave a finish no matter what, but can apply maximum pressure if he can on Hollywood. Ton 40 leaves 206. Dobie has 6 starts on 245, but is under pressure from Noppert. Probably may have to get it done possibly within the 6. But only 40 scored, and so now Noppert has 6 starts on 206. Meanwhile, on the feature game, Vandenberg has doubled 12 to beat his Belgian teammate Kim Huybrechts. As Noppert fires in a 138 to leave 68. Vandenberg pins a double 12. He defeats his Belgian World Cup teammate Kim Huybrechts by 6 legs to 3. But Dobie fires back for a 139. Noppert, though, now has the opportunity with 68 to win the match, to get it done, to break the throw of Chris Dobie in the decider. Noppert has been getting the job done as of when. He's been taking advantage of opportunities. We're still waiting. I think that's because we might be going around the board a bit. We were going around the board a bit. And now Chris Dobie has 66 to seal it. What route are you taking, Chris? He's mismatched darts, and now Noppert's back. Both players left on double 10. And Noppert takes it, first dart in hand, and it is the freeze that's frozen out the Hollywood script here at Players Championship 22. Danny Noppert is into the last 16. He did give Chris Dobie chances in that final leg, but he is through in the decider by 6 legs to 5.
There we go. The freeze is doing the business. David Pallett, Danny Noppert. So do you think Whitlock will win a Players' Championship this week? No, I don't. He's got the capabilities, but I don't think he will.
He's one of those that could be a potential semi-finalist or something like that. One of those players that come through the pack.
Yeah. Boise is in the chat room. He says, good afternoon, gents and chat room. Late to the party as I'm in the office. Shh. I've had a little rumour that someone has developed into a 121 player. Yeah, it was a little bit good, mate.
It's about time Boise went back to work. I take it he didn't want to take the job at the karaoke place. Although rumour has it, did he ride the rodeo bull? The world famous rodeo bull now.
I know he was in there.
By the way, that now has to return for every major event in darts. That's how we're going to determine majors now, whether you can ride the rodeo ball after day 3. That would be carnage at Ali Pally, wouldn't it? Jeez.
Oh.
That'd be just after the afternoon session.
Yeah.
And well, it looks like Mentzer's race is about to be run. Price has left double 12 after 12 to seal a 6-1 victory, a commanding 6-1 victory at that. And nails it first dart in hand. A 13 dart leg gets the job done for Gerwin Price. He beats Mentzer Suljevic by 6 legs to 1 with a ton-topping average. Suljevic himself averaged 99.12, but Price was just 1 step above and is going through to the last 16 of Players' Championship 22.
There are just signs that Gezi is approaching his very best again.
Just imagine if him, Michael, Peter, Johnny hit their strides bang on Ali Pali. Oh, it's going to be some tournament.
I'll tell you, it was in Cardiff on Saturday night at the exhibition. Gezi and Johnny were both averaging about 106. 3 all in a best of 7. They swapped darts, played the last leg with each other's, and they've both gone off like ridiculous. Gezi went 140, ton something else. Johnny a couple. It was like, oh, this is just ridiculous.
I'll tell you what, Paul Starr must have been under pressure when he got close to the checkout zone, because he must be thinking, well, Gezi's just thrown with Johnny's darts. His Johnny darts have gone out the ball. He's hoping he didn't go girl when you acquire when it was the other way round.
Yeah, but it was just fabulous to watch. How are we doing, Scotty? Hope you are good, mate. Congratulations on today. See, that's what we like.
Yes.
Players straight off the live league into the chat room. That's what we like. Remember, if you haven't yet,
Busman's holiday.
Drop the stream a like. Can the Wizard still get to the Grand Prix? Of course, he can still get there. Let me tell you how far off he is. So at the moment, he needs some help. He's about 14 grand off. So
yeah, he's gonna need some. He needs something big somewhere.
Yeah, he needs a big Euro Tour or some wins.
What are we saying down to safe at the minute? I'd say anything Madars Razma up, I think will be okay.
Are we going early? Are we?
We're going early.
Going early?
We are Ryan Serling.
I was saying, as Gob's in the chat room, is Ryan Searle safe yet, Gob?
We should mention that he's about £38,000 above the cut line. I think he might be all right.
He might make it.
It could be a struggle, but admittedly, he still could make it as a seat. It's only £2 grand off of Nathan Aspinall in the race to be in the 16. But I'd say Madars Razma up. I think's okay. But to be fair, Ralby John's got a bit of a gap to Ricky Evans in 16 and 17. And Ricky Evans hasn't qualified for any of the Euro Tours.
I'm going one below you. I think Hybrex is safe.
Yeah, I think he just needs one more run to be in. But Lukeman, Dolan and Rodriguez.
I think Hybrex is safe, and I think Martin Lukeman is one win away in a Pro Tour this week from being safe.
To be honest, Dolan probably doesn't have to do much. Probably nor does Ralby. To be honest, Rodriguez, the only way you can probably knock... I'm going to go and totally U-turn here. So I've been watching too much of the Conservative Party leadership contest. To be honest, it's going to have to. Someone's going to have to do something to dislodge Rodriguez. The only one who looks most likely to is Ricky Evans. As I say, he hasn't qualified for any of the Euro Tours. Josh Rock, if he wins today, would go within £250. But I'll tell you what, Scott Williams, not long ago, was in a really good position to qualify for the Grand Prix. but suddenly he's really dipped out of contention.
I think Vincent.
But again, he's someone who could do something.
Vincent will always be close because he just does enough. He seems to always pick up money. Whether it's enough to get him over it, we'll see. But yeah,
and this is different with Vincent compared to other players. Is you'd say in some players' cases they got to win, whereas with Vincent, because he'll always pick up ranking money somewhere, he could probably get away with making a couple of semi-finals and still putting on a charge.
Yeah. For me, no, the Community Shield's not a trophy.
It's not part of the Triple Crown.
No. Afternoon, Bob. This is a tiny little battle here between Ratajski and Hempel.
Kind of what you'd expect. They're playing to tight, 95, 97 average, consistent enough, not many missed doubles. They're both playing to the type that we'd expect from them.
Yeah. Sean says, Phil Henry, who is the best non-tour card holder to win a Players' Champ? There aren't many of them. Who have we got? Scott Williams, Joe Mernon,
Josh Payne,
and Ratajski.
For me, out of them four, you'd have to say Ratajski based on how he was playing at that time.
Ratajski did win one without a tour card, didn't he?
He won a couple without a tour card, and he won the World Masters that year as well.
Yeah, Ratajski for me.
Flip the question. Who's the best player without a tour card at the minute, do you think, Phil?
Best player right now without a tour card. You'd have to say Scott Williams.
Yep. Stupid question to ask, actually, when you think of it that way.
Because the fact that he's won a Pro Tour, he's qualifying for Euro Tours galore. He's just doing fabulous things at the moment.
Problem is, you think of him as a tour card holder without having one, don't you? That's how good he's been.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's been unreal.
I've been lucky to watch a lot of him, but Graham Usher at the minute has been unreal.
I've just
seeing like you're up. Grow up.
No,
the pair of us.
I've just seen the message that Boise sent me regarding the best player not to have a tour card. Martin Clearmacher, Bunting just getting underway. Chizzy leads Aspinall 2-1. Smith leads Schindler 2-1. Luke Humphreys is on the verge of battering Josh Rock 5-1. Josh Rock's average has dropped to a measly 92.
Yeah. Robert Owen playing some great stuff. As Graham Usher played really well a couple of weeks ago. Treated us to a 9. I will stop talking about that one day, Phil. Don't worry about that.
Wait a minute. Boise's being cheeky in the WhatsApp chat. So if he doesn't behave, I'm going to start with the Oasis puns.
Hello.
It's good to be back.
Thing is, those puns live forever, don't they?
They do, and the way it's going, Aspinall's just sliding away.
Yeah. Dave Chisel's half the world away. He's streets in front.
As he sits there on his Wonderwall, averaging 113.
You don't really want to slip inside the eye of Aspinall's mind. You never know, you might find a course of inspiration.
Boyce's now just turned us off in the office.
Boise, there are many things I would like to say to you, but I don't know how.
Because maybe.
He's definitely not going to be the one to save me, put it that way.
Back to the darts. We don't know the streaming boards until tomorrow. The draw's not done on the boards until 10:30, 11 o'clock tomorrow. But Luke Humphries has beaten Josh Rock 6-2. Stunning average from Cool Hand.
Indeed, and a good average as well from Josh Rock. He played his part in that match, 97.31. But for Luke Humphries, 106.79 average. And his performances throughout the day are getting better and better and better. Had to depose of the dangerous Jess Smith in the round before. The equally as dangerous Josh Rock is the latest victim of Cool Hand Luke. He's into the last 8. And they'll be departing shortly. But as the tournament goes on, Luke Humphries, I think, will be a player you'll be talking a fair bit about in the final stages and the final furlongs of this event.
Yeah. Big Johnny says, who's the best stacker these days? Seems dead. Yeah, look, there's not many that stack anymore, is there? Obviously, we've got Robert Owen, Stack Attack. There's not many in the top echelons of the game.
No.
Johnny's a semi-stacker, I'd say. His almost land parallel. They're not at the down angle, but Johnny's are almost parallel because he can go under and over.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of players whose darts stand up sometimes can be teasers. I'll tell you, in the live league who I've seen, Jared Cole's a good stacker. When that first dart just lies either on the top of the treble 20 bed or just above, the next couple of darts seem to be parallel to the treble 20 bed. He's someone that I've watched over recent times with a good stack. But Noppy, when that first dart stands parallel straight onto that treble 20 bed, very rarely do you see tons off the back of it.
Yeah. Also, someone's asked how much would you get fined for giving the middle finger to the crowd during a TV event?
There'll be some zeros.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. Jason, so let's get you on screen here. I've got your pen. So most darts, people have them stood up to attention like that when they enter the board. Stacking is like when Phil Taylor is when they enter the board at that angle. So you're stacking one on top of the other.
But do you think the fact that players have actually got quicker over time, because of that, the element of stacking is gone because they're throwing the darts so quickly, the quicker players, they tend to stand up to attention, whereas Phil wasn't exactly the fastest player in the world. He wasn't a slouch, not by any means, but he wasn't a Van Gerwen type in terms of pace. And so because he threw the slower dart, you can tend to be a bit more precise in where you stack and you lay that first dart.
Yeah. Stephen Bunting, he's not playing amazing, but he's 3-0 up on Clearmacher, only averaging 90 in the last 16 of a Pro Tour, just doing enough. An absolute great game between Dimitri Vandenberg and John O'Shea. We will go to that as the feature game once this noble leg is done between Hempel and Ratajski.
In fact, just going back to stacking players, probably the one that we've forgotten about, Mensa.
Yeah, I forgot about
the
that.
modern
Mensa.
day game. Yeah. I mean, how many times would that first start lay just underneath the treble 20? And as a consequence, how many 140s he'd get as a result of it?
Yeah. Jamie says, is stacking a technique you can develop, or is it just the way the person throws? I think a lot of it has to do with grip and the dart you actually throw. Is the thing.
I think the bigger barrel you've got, the more chance you've got of stacking. As long as it's not obscenely big barrels, of course. As Ratajski wins the battle against Hempel. It was a game where both players played to tight, both averaging 95. But it is Ratajski who goes through to the last 16. He deposes of the Deutsche Data by 6 legs to 5.
He does indeed. There we go. This is turning into an absolute belter of a game.
Well, David Pallett could be at it again because he's 1-0 up on Danny Noppert, the number 10 seed. Remember, Pallett without a tour card. Looking to repeat the feat that Scott Williams did earlier in the year and win a PDC Pro Tour title. I don't know where it would put him in the race for the 64, but it may just give himself an outside squeak maybe. But 1-0 up on Danny Noppert. Stephen Bunting is 5-0 to the good against Martijn Clearmacher. Nathan Aspinall and Dave Chisnell. That game's coming up to the Boyle 4-piece there. However, there's an 11-point disparity in the averages. Dave Chisnell averaging 105.26. Aspinall 94.99. Michael Smith is now a leg away from beating Martin Schindler. He's 5-4 up there. Whilst warming up in the last 16 on board 2 is Ryan Searle against Ricardo Pietrasco.
Yeah. No, so MVG can't play in the live league. No tour card holders are allowed because of their players' contract with the PDC. Chisnell, I've just seen it on the stream. Missed double 18 for the 9.
Oh!
Oh my. Dave Chisnell's next 2 darts. The first dart went inside on double 18. And his next 2 at double 9 were horrific.
Smelly, smelly darts.
Yeah. Yeah, Pallett can play in the live league and the Pro Tours because he hasn't got a tour card. When when you look at the stats of this game as well, Chisel's averaging 106 and losing to Aspinall, who's averaging 98.
Stats can only be a guide, and the averages are only a guide, but Aspinall's one of those players, he's almost got this Wade-like ability where he may not always play as well as his opponent, but given half a chance, he'll take the opportunity. He's a master opportunist.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And unfortunately, Phil, at this juncture, I'm going to have to depart because I've actually got to go off and do the supposed quotes day job.
Pleasure as always, Henry. So you'll have me flying solo throughout the last 16 games and into the last 8. Always a pleasure, mate.
Cheers, Phil. Take care, everyone. Have a good day.
So Henry departs and we continue with Players Championship 22. As we can see there, Dimitri van den Berg is forging, well, he was about to say, was forging a potential break opportunity until that 180 from the Joker. Michael Smith has beaten Martin Schindler in a last leg decider. But can van den Berg? He's missed the ball. So, for a level game, John O'Shea wants 70. Aspinall has beaten Chisnell. 6-4. Bunting has beaten Clearmaker. 6-1. And John O'Shea has missed. Van den Berg, 25 for 4-2. Big moments here. And it goes last dart in hand. Dimitri van den Berg has that break of throw in our featured game. Noppy is now 2-1 up on Dave Pallett. Ryan Searle has taken the opener against Ricardo Petresco. MVG is on holiday and Johnny Clayton is flying out early to Australia. I think he goes Thursday, so they both not just missing it. Phil, what new tour card holder has been the worst this year? I wouldn't say worse. I think it's playing on the tour for the first time always takes some time to get used to and develop. So you always give new tour card holders the benefit of the doubt and give them time to adjust. You do realise that he's won over £8 million in prize money? That's just prize money. That's not exhibitions and sponsorship. MVG's won over £8 million in prize money. Yeah, he won 200k last week, but across his career, he's won over 8 million. John O'Shea needs to apply some pressure here. Otherwise, that's pressure. That's good enough. That just taps Dimitri on the shoulder and says, can you seal the deal here to make it 5-2? Just makes it interesting. And it goes 5-2. Minus 40% tax, Johnny. Yeah. Look, the money they make for exhibitions now in continental Europe is astounding. Stephen says, what 3 players could quit darts and be set up for life from their careers? What, physically, right now? MVG, Gando, and I would say probably Price, because he's obviously invested his money really well into properties. Obviously, we see from his Instagram and stuff like that. Bob, it was longer than 10 years ago, mate, but he won his first TV title in 2012. So it'll be 10 years this year since he won his first TV title. Yeah, live league tomorrow. At the moment, the prize fund per year, there's 16 million pounds of prize money per year in the PDC, and then you think of sponsorship and endorsements on top, exhibition money. If you're good at darts, you can earn very, very good money. John O'Shea has one back, but needs to be perfect from here. No room for manoeuvre. Yeah, a good. Remember, John O'Shea, if he can break here, he'd then be throwing for a level game. Don't think he's got some nice cars, but I don't think he's got a Ferrari. Yeah, he's got a Rolls Royce Phantom. That was all over social when he went and picked it up. Ryan Searle levels up 2 apiece against Ricardo Petresco. Do you think John O'Shea has improved the PDC player? Yeah, absolutely. Look, John was always a good player. You don't win the Windmill World Masters if you can't play, but he's gone to another level since coming over, playing some really good stuff as the Joker. Christopher Tysky has taken the opener. Oh, he's just leveled up 1 apiece now with Gerwin Price. John O'Shea does break the Dimitri throw. Maybe this game's got another twist in it yet. Needs to hold and just say to Dimitri, can you hold out? $47, not the best of starts. Daniel, look, they earn all different money for exhibitions, but the top guys obviously get paid very well. There's a few good fishermen. Wadey fishes a lot. Anderson, Rob Cross, Adrian Lewis. They all there's quite a fishing cartel going on. I'll tell you what, maximum from the Joker. 2 trebleless visits for Dimitri van den Berg. Are we heading for a noble? Here we go. John O'Shea is in prime position to level up. And does level it up. We have a level game. Remember, Dimitri van den Berg was 5-2 to the good. 3 legs on the spin for John O'Shea. Now says to Dimitri, can you hold? Starts with a ton. What the Joker would give for 2 trebles, but comes up dry. Chance for Dimitri to stretch his legs. Ton. This needs to be a 140 just to keep himself in the hunt. And it's not enough. It is advantage Dimitri van den Berg in this noble leg. Only a 60. But it's only a 180 that really hurts van den Berg. A 140 would get O'Shea back in touch. Only 1 treble at this stage is not enough. So Dimitri van den Berg, 2-4-1. How's your setup play? Ton to leave 1-4-1. Again, it's only a 180 that hurts van den Berg because of the 2 trebleless visits. Ton, not enough. So Dimitri, 141, has minimum 6 darts at it. Doesn't need any heroics here. Can just set it up. But he doesn't need it. It goes in 3. Dimitri van den Berg holds throw with a 1-4-1 finish in the noble leg. Tidy game, that one. Christ, Ratajski. Why is Moppet so disrespected? No, I wouldn't say it was disrespected. I just think they're keeping their options open. Look, I fully expect Danny Noppet to get one of those final 2 places. They're just keeping their options open. So, who is, in your opinion, is the greatest dart player ever? Right, so again, here we go. I've got 2 on this. Phil Taylor will always be the most successful player in the history of the sport. No one will ever get near the titles he won, the 16 match plays, the 16 world champions. But MVG has done the most ridiculous things I've seen on the board. The greatest things that I've seen on the board. That doesn't make him better than Taylor or anything like that, like in terms of success, but just in terms of the things that I've seen Michael do on a board is ridiculous. But Phil will always be the unrivaled and the most successful player the world has ever seen and ever will see. Nice run for the silencer today. Yeah, absolutely. No, Jamie, I'm not sure what the stage is going to look like at Ali Pali. Obviously, Kazoo sponsor a lot of events, and we've seen different versions of the stage in a few different colours. So we'll wait and see. How are we doing from Sweden? Hope you are good. Two games. To be fair, because Danny Noppert sees off David Pallett, 2 seconds. Because we've only got 2 games in play, I'm going to put the other game up as well. Here we go. Ryan Searle, 5-3 up. And Ratajski could potentially, and does break the going price throw. We were going to say Gezi was sat on tops, but the 95 goes, and the world number 1 is in a spot of bother here. He's averaging 103. What a game this is. Ryan Searle. Has he just left the door open there for a break back? Ricardo Petresco could. Not enough. Not enough. Searle breathes again. Oh my, Ryan Searle, that's a little bit good. Takes out the 150. We'll never know if he went the Whitlock way. But Ryan Searle gets the job done. Fabulous finish. Now, can the Iceman doesn't leave a finish after a promising start? That slip has left the door open for Ratajski to go within 1. And the 1-2-7 in game goes. Going Price needs to win 4 on the spin. All eyes are on this game as we head into the quarterfinals after this. But Price is fighting as champions do. We kind of don't check the streaming boards. Obviously, we've got a few friends within the bookies that tell us, because they obviously stream them on their sites. No, not going to Australia, Harry. Can't really justify the cost. Flights alone were nearly 12 grand. That's not hotels or anything like that. That was just the hotel cost. Was just the flight cost was insane. Right, this is the moment, and Ratajski starts with a 177. Brilliant from the Polish Eagle. Fabulous. No, I've never been to Australia. It's on the list to go to. Hopefully that the world will get back to some normality over the next year or so and ridiculous travel costs will drop. But it's certainly on the list. And Ratajski sees off the world number 1, 6-3. Fabulous game, 104 and 105 averages. Very good game between the pair. So the quarterfinal lineup is complete. Good game, that one. Yeah, Harry, because you think you've obviously got your flight from UK to Sydney. Then you obviously need to get from Sydney to Townsville. Then Townsville to Wollongong. Then you have to fly from Sydney to New Zealand. New Zealand back to Sydney, and then home. It's just remarkable the amount of flights and air miles there are. On the plus point, anyone wanting to go to the World Series final, book the Eurostar now. Very good price for a return, and then it means you don't have to go anywhere near Schiphol Airport because Schiphol is horrendous at the moment. So yeah, look, Gazzy's looking magnificent. Yes, he's just lost, but he's lost with 105 average. Not done a lot wrong. Remember, if you're new to the channel, please make sure you drop us a like and subscribe. We want to get to that magical 30k mark before the World Championships. We like to set internal targets, and that is one of them, to get to that number. Whilst there is no games live, we're going to grab a quick ad break. I'll speak about that in a second, Harry. We're going to grab a quick ad break, but then we'll be back on the other side of this.
This is just the beginning.
Welcome back to Online Darts, everyone, and here we are for the Pro Tour Live Players Championship 22. And the first quarterfinal is underway. We'll get that one up there, and then we will we'll go Aspinall, as that's the only one live at the moment. There we go, and Aspinall takes the opener against the darts. What a day it's been so far. 76 likes. Can you get us to 100 before the end of the stream? That's the goal. Terry says, what places have you been to with darts or in general? Look, I'm quite lucky to have been to some magnificent places around the world. I love America. New York is a fabulous city. Vegas, amazing. LA, San Francisco, one of my favorite places. San Francisco wasn't for darts. It was just a holiday. I was lucky enough to do 4 weeks in America. Traveled around loads of the West Coast. Been to Gibraltar. Hopefully going to go back again this year. One of my favorite. Iceland is an amazing country. Was lucky enough to go there and see the Northern Lights and everything like that. Still plenty of on my bucket list to go to. Australia is certainly one of them. Really want to go to South Africa as well. They're stunning places to go. Europe, seen a lot of it. Look, the world's a smaller place now because of travel. Beforehand, it was a big place where now you can get to many places quickly and easily. But yeah, no, I'm lucky that I'm quite well travelled and seen some amazing places. That's dart sound. That's just the way it is, the way it happens. Fingers crossed, Adrian. Yep. Callum Ridds, he was in the chat room earlier. Hopefully he's watching along at home. He wasn't very well and returned home. Remember, dart players are humans as well. We all get sick at our jobs and can't work, and it's the same for these guys. Unfortunately, it happens. Is Dobian underachieving? Look, Chris is a fabulous player. Do I think he has the ability and the potential to win more? Absolutely. Of course, remember, we've got the Red Dragon Champions of Champions coming up as well in the end of the month. Looking forward to being there. Does the end of each year, does the money start from naught? No, so it's done on a 2-year rolling cycle. So if you win money now, you defend it at that tournament in 2 years' time. So it never goes to naught. It just rolls around on a 2-year cycle. Ryan Searle uses a 32-gram bomber. Aspinall applies huge pressure with that 136. All of a sudden, that 64 becomes a little bit smaller, but bunting is equal to it. Hold of throw, and an important hold of throw. 2-1. Yep. Scott is qualified for the Champion of Champions down in Cardiff. Looking forward to it. Again, just a fabulous format tournament. It's cutthroat, best of 3 all the way through, the same as the old News of the World. Fabulous, fabulous concept from Red Dragon. It's something I'd love the PDC either to do one of their tournaments, a best of 3 or one leg, 1001 shootout style. But that maximum from bunting has just opened the door here for a break back. Aspinall needs 2 trebles here. Can't find it. So Stephen Bunting looks set for a level game again. Oh, Adrian, absolutely the Royal Rumble. Brilliant from Bunting, 140 to leave 24. And it looks as if we are going to 2 apiece. All the other quarterfinals are warming up. The 2 stream games. Ratajski against Vandenberg on board 1. Humphreys against Searle on board number 2. Smith and Noppy warming up as well. The 1 and 2 seeds are still in, and it is a level game. It is 2 apiece between Stephen Bunting and Nathan Aspinall. Both mid-80s averages. Both better than that and can up it. Remember, come and say hi in the chat room. But Aspinall, after a leg off on his throw, as I say, started well, but he's cut the 180 in half. Tommy, I'm 22 to 24, somewhere in and around there. Yeah, I'm good, Cameron. Thank you very much. But Aspinall looking to go back in front again. Humphrey Searle's also underway. Just waiting on Bully Boy and Noppert. And then all of the quarterfinals are in action. It's been a fabulous day of darts on the Pro Tour. Oh, Aspinall come inside. Bunting 120 to hold. He's missed the dart tops, I think. Ratajski. No, he doesn't. Oh, but again, we've had 2 9s today already. And Ratajski was threatening another. Oh, missed dart 8, clipped the top wire. But Ratajski takes a 1-0 lead over Dimitri Vandenberg with a 10-darter. Super stuff from Ratajski. And the match play seemed to be a real confidence boost for Ratajski. He went there in different form. but played the best game I've seen him play in a long, long time against Peter Wright. And he just seems to have got the confidence, and he's back here playing well. Ryan Searle doubles his lead against Luke Humphries. He's averaging 120. We're not sure. I haven't seen him on the stream today. Noppy takes the opener against Bully Boy 1-0. It's just one of those things. Tommy's like the brain and just doesn't send a signal quick enough. It's not a nice experience. I know that. I had it. I used to play to a half decent level. It's not the best feeling in the world. But back on our feature game. Aspinall's already missed one opportunity. Let's go 4-2 in front. Will he pass up another one? Last eye in hand. 4-2 Aspinall. Ryan Searle 3-0 up on Luke Humphries, averaging 112. Dimitri has levelled it up. He's now one apiece with Krzysztof Ratajski. Both ridiculous averages in that one. I'll tell you what, everyone, we may be having one of the boys jump in. Just had a WhatsApp from him. Can playing too much have an impact? Yeah, possibly. Look, when I had my issues with it, I was playing probably 6 nights a week or 6 days a week. So yeah, quite possibly. We will be having one of the boys come on in about 5 minutes, everyone. Chat room, guess away. Who's joining us? Which one of the teams do you think is jumping on? Dimitri has broken the Ratajski. No, it's just a hold. My apologies. Broke back. Luke Humphries is on the board. Danny Noppert has broken. He's now 2-0 up on Bully Boy. And Bunting holds. Well, I'm just watching the leg that Luke has won. Ryan Searle went walkies. He thought the double six was in. Got halfway to the oche. And had to come back. And he's punished as Luke Humphries. And it is a break of throw. So if Luke can hold here, he's back in this game. The Ryan Searle average has dropped to a measly 103. It was soaring at one point. There was 10 points on that. Big moments. There he is. There he appears in the chat room. After afternoon, Ken. I'll give you a hint. It's not Jar. Jar is working at the Commonwealth Games at the moment. We said, God, we've got one of the team dropping in a minute. They've just dropped me a WhatsApp and said they can jump on until the end. So we were getting people to guess who it was. Aspinall cleans up the 50 in 3, and he is on the hill. Yes, Teresa, it is exactly like Beetlejuice. Ryan Searle is 4-2 in front. Ratajski levels at 2 apiece. Michael Smith is in a world of trouble. 3-0 down to Danny Noppert. Look, the averages aren't sensational, but it is the Freeze who is doing the number right now. Agreed. Look, they're both. I've got the stream on just to my left-hand side, and they're both playing sensational stuff right now. Both well over the 100 mark, and the average is 108 and 109. Michael Smith has a leg on the board. At least he has a footing, something to build off of. Gezi lost last round to Ratajski, Cameron, but look, he averaged 105, Gezi. He didn't do anything wrong. Ratajski was brilliant. And Bunting holds and says to Nathan Aspinall, if you're going to win this, you're going to have to serve it out. I'm not going to give it to you. So here we go. Ratajski leads again. And Ryan Searle is a 6-2 winner over Luke Humphreys. Heavy metal averaging 107.28 in a demolition job. Luke's averaged 102. Nothing wrong there at all. Absolutely fabulous stuff from Ryan Searle. So we have one semi-finalist. The others are finally poised, and there are match starts coming in for Nathan Aspinall, and it goes. Aspinall beats Bunting 6-4. Then we have it Noppy and Michael Smith. All right, back to the chat room. Ratajski now has daylight 4-2 in front. Bent the wire on a 109 finish. So Dimitri misses 2 darts for 3 apiece. Is it 2 at tops or 2 at 18s? It's 2 at 18s. Oh, shanked one big time into the double 4. So he missed 1 at double 18, 1 at double 14. And Ratajski comes back and pins 16 at the first time from asking. And we get a roar from the Polish Eagle. Rhodes says, come on, the Eagle. Yep, he's playing fabulous. Michael Smith. He's just carving an opportunity on the Danny Noppert throw. Big 1-3-4 from Noppy. Gets him down to a 3-darter. But that is stunning from Michael Smith. To leave 24 after 12 on the Danny Noppert throw. This 110 may have to go. And it does go. That is absolute stones from Danny Noppert. Michael Smith has grown into this game. He's dragged his average up to 98, but has that slow start cost the bully boy? I tell you what, Danny Noppert is just developing into one of these players that you do not want to play right now. Dimitri pins 36 to get one back. It's only a hold. Needs to mount an assault on the Ratajski throw. Rose Noppert is a silent assassin. Yeah, absolutely. But Bully Boy looks in a good place to get this one back. It's only a hold. Can he pile the pressure onto Noppy? How are we doing, Daniel? Hope you're good. Michael Smith has missed. Danny Noppert may get a dart of the ball to win it. 1-2-4. And to win it in some style. Oh, he's missed a dart of the ball. Michael Smith breathes again. But big moments here. Michael Smith has missed 3 darts to hold. 25 for Noppy to win it. And he's missed as well. Michael Smith gets there in the end, but this is the leg. And they've got Ratajski and Dimitri as well, so we can keep an eye on both. And is Dimitri, he breaks back. It's now 4 apiece. Fabulous game this is. Swinging one way, then the next. But Michael Smith, what's going on here? Is he just timing his run? Noppy, back-to-back 140s. This has to be another max. And it is Michael Smith. Are we going to get the third one of the day? Bully Boy has gone back to back. We hold our breath. Danny Noppert, can you put pressure on this 141? Yes, Robert, they are quarter-final games. So here we go. Michael Smith for the third 9 of the day. No, not to be. I think it's just confidence with Danny Noppert. That's all it is. Remember, he got to a Lakeside final, lost to a very good Glendarren. So it's just confidence and adjusting to life in the PDC, I think. Oh, Noppy has missed a match dart. Missed the dart at the ball. Michael Smith, 44. He does break back. Are we going all the way? Roby, John, and Jose de Souza hit 9s today. He did get to a Lakeside. No, none of them on the stream. Dimitri van den Berg has spun this game on its head. He was 4-2 down. Now he's 5-4 in front. Stunning from Dimitri. Speaking of stunning, as if by magic. Hey up, lad. As if by magic.
Hey up. How we doing? All right.
Here. Tis has arrived. English shirt in. Hey up. How we doing? All right. Tis, you got the body one somewhere else.
Oh. Right, let's get this off. Hopefully that's better.
That's better. We can. Tiz has got rid of his feedback. Comes on playing a guitar, rocking an England shirt. Just as Danny Noppert seals a 6-4 win over Michael Smith. 140, 140, 180, 41 in 3. That'll do nicely, lad.
That's how we do to come in to fuck up your stream, Phil.
That's all right. That's how we do it, isn't it? How we doing that, all right?
What's going on then? Yeah, not bad, mate. Not bad. Obviously, had a busy one with the live league this morning. Absolute bedoomer of a group as well, by the way. Noticed Scott Watt was in the group earlier as well. He's in the chat room. Well done, Scotty, lad.
Loads of 4-3s, wasn't there?
Mate, loads. One of the tightest groups I think we've had in the live league, to be honest with you. Really, really tight.
And Ratajski just doesn't know when he's beaten. He takes out 1, 2, 4 to level it up at 5 apiece. This one has gone one way, then the next. But Dimitri van den Berg, 2 trebleless visits has handed the momentum back to Ratajski. Three troubleless visits. Dimitri Vandenberg did all the hard work to hit the front, and it's all been undone.
Oof.
Oof. One place left in the semi-finals.
In the background, so I'm just going to upload a bit of what's happened today. Try and film me in if you can. What's been going on today? What have I missed?
Josh Rock casually hitting 121.88 average, 2.9 darters. It's not been a bad day.
2 9 darters.
Yeah, Roby John and Jose de Souza. Josh Rock, 121 average.
See, that's what annoys me. Every time I do these streams, I always miss a 9 darter.
Big moments here. Dimitri has forced his way back in to this game with two treble visits. But is it enough? Oh my, Ratajski, that's big. So, Christoph Ratajski is the final name in the semi-finals. It will be Ryan Searle taking on Nathan Aspinall and Dane Noppert taking on Christoph Ratajski. It's not a bad lineup, is it, Tiz? Oh, looks like Tiz has got the gob internet as well. I will keep going until Tiz gets that sorted. So, who wins from here, chat room?
Mindset connections. Yeah, Phil.
Oh, he's back again. Right, let's get a poll going in the chat room. Yeah, crazy. Phil, absolute crazy. Right, let's get a poll up for you. There we go. Poll is up. So there we go. The poll is up. Get involved. Remember, 88 likes. Can you get us to that 100 mark before the end of the stream? Rose says, great to see the Eagle. Yeah, 100%. Someone says, I'd like to sell to him. I think Aspinall, sell. Aspinall. Someone said about the 9 darters. Did they win the game? One did, one didn't. Jose did win his. Really hope Ratajski wins tournament this season. Yep, no, it's been good. Josh says, I think Noppert. So, probably 5 or so minutes. Whilst we are waiting for the games to go. Chat room, got anything that you want to say, want to ask? Chat room is there. It is open. If it says going for Ratajski just for a bit of a change, yeah, look, Christoph is a lovely, lovely bloke. It would be great to see him win. Tommy says, I miss Scott Rand. Interesting. Can't think of too many people that have said that, but here he is, he's back.
Bloody hell. What's this? Yorkshire Wi-Fi.
Here he is, he's back.
Bloody hell.
So at least we got you now, Tiz.
Right.
Did you enjoy the Euro final on Sunday?
Did I? Yeah, I can neither confirm or deny that I had a good time. Yeah, I got pissed. Fair play to the ladies. Rachel Daly, a friend of ours from Harrogate. So yeah, buzzing for her. Absolutely buzzing for her. So yeah, big up Rachel Daly, big up the Lionesses. Come on,
as well.
England.
How the hell was Millie Bright not got in that team of the tournament as well?
Is she not?
No. Ridiculous.
Yeah, she had an outstanding tournament. Yeah,
Yeah.
That is a shocker.
She's better than Harry Maguire. Yeah, no, it came on last night. She didn't get in.
Bloody hell. Liberties.
Yeah. Someone in the chat room today, Sean says, Phil, do you think darts in the UK will end up on DAZN in the future? We said we were talking about rights and that earlier, Tiz, that in the climate we're in, it will come down to the financials. If DAZN offer the most, we'll see darts on DAZN in the UK. They already have rights for Germany, some of continental Europe, and North America. So,
It's fucking bizarre,
yeah.
Oh, Live League. Recognise this, Phil? Come from Live League. Fuck those. Awful. Anyway. Right.
Yeah, I'd say
Back to the darts.
going back to the original point, Sean, that it will all come down to who offers the most money. Is Kirk Shepherd still playing? Haven't seen him for a while, so not sure. Will England win the World Cup in Qatar? Absolutely no chance. I know Tiz might think different, but
Oh, I've got it. What was the question, Phil? Sorry.
will England win the World Cup in Qatar?
Well, I mean, nah. I don't. I want us to do it, but I don't know. I just don't think we do it under Southgate. Is that bad? Is that bad?
I'm with you. I'm with you. Have we got the player team to win the World Cup? Yes. Have we got the manager to win the World Cup? No.
Yeah, that's unfortunate around that. Yeah, I feel like we're just gonna miss it by not grabbing it. Yeah, there'll be a moment where we need to actually attack it, and I don't think Gareth's the man to grasp that situation. But yeah, anyway, that's my thing.
To be fair, at least I was a Southgate basher when we were winning.
Mate, to be fair, I can't knock Southgate. Like, I still have confidence in him to an extent. Do you know what I mean? You can't knock him. It's just, I feel like we've got to a point now where it's like this. Well, for me, I'd like it to be his last tournament. We'll see what happens, obviously. But I feel like we've come as far as we can come with Gareth. So these players now know what's expected. We know the systems. We've had long enough to work it out. So it's now or never, really, with this England team. So it's got to happen now, hasn't it? For Gareth and his time with England, manager.
Absolutely. Tommy says, can Wales get anything against England? Yeah.
2 right there, can you?
Back to the darts. Sean says, with Anderson and Wright in their senior years, who, in your opinion, will be Scotland's next top player? Look, at the moment, Willie Borland has bucket loads of talent, and when he gets it right, is unreal. Lacks consistency at the moment, but if Willie can sort his temperament to a degree and consistency, Willie can be up there. Cameron Menzies has got an unbelievable ceiling. Unbelievable. We saw him at 9 yesterday in the qualifier. But again, like many players at the moment, Tiz, that we're seeing, the ceilings are so high, but the floor is so low. It's all or nothing. There's just nothing in that middle bit.
Yeah, stands a joke. I mean, just coming off from the live league even to this now, it's like there's still not even much separation between that. Like the standard, like players that could come from the live league into dropping to pro tours like this, you've seen similar averages. The game of darts has just gone there. It's got a bit bonkers this last few years, isn't it? Like the amount of players now that can turn up and earn money from this.
Yeah.
It's never been in a better place.
Oh no, completely. It's insane. Absolutely insane. Fingers crossed the 2 semi-finals. Nathan Gervin could be up. Oh yeah, completely. I forgot about Nathan. Nathan is a cracking young talent. Again, consistency is his key. We've seen the live league a few times that when he's on, he's on. But again, like a lot of youngsters, petulance at times. They've got to realise that when they only score a ton, it's not a bad visit. But
I might have just had the squeakiest chair ever Nothing more. Jeez. Honest to God.
So yeah. Jason says Noppet wins from here. That he is Mr. Consistent at the moment. I don't know where young Justin Van Tegu is at the moment. He's playing a bit of development tour and stuff like that. Who's the most consistent youngster right now? Good question, Philip. Who would I say is the most consistent youngster? Right, because I'm going with principle. I am not going to pick a tour card holder, because if you were going to pick a tour card holder, then you go Keen Barry, Josh Rock, somewhere in and around there, Roby, Rusty, and all that. So I am going to avoid picking a tour card holder for that reason. So from outside the tour card holders, I think consistency-wise, I'd go with maybe someone like Sebastian Wilowiecki. He was brilliant in the World Cup. He's got to some Euro tours as well. So he's there. I really like the look of young Jean van Veen from Holland as well. He looked very good on the live league.
So really, really good.
Yeah. So yeah, obviously Nathan Gerwin is in and around there. He's well placed on the development tour order of merit. I think he's comfortably inside the top 10. We'll put both games up on the feature game. Don't worry about that. You'll be able to see the scores for both of them. So yeah, I'd go along those sort of lines of taking the obvious out of the equation, like your Josh Rocks, Nathan Rafferty's, King Barry's. Sebastian Wilowiecki is right up there for me. To be fair, with the live league again, it's superb that the youngsters are getting a chance to play as well, and they're getting great experiences against some of the older statesmen as well.
Yeah, what we're seeing in the live league is that these young lads growing into it every time I do it, so they're getting more opportunities to do it. I mean, Robert Owen, we were saying the other day about him. He's a veteran now, really, of the live league. You see, like the quality of the fields that you saw the other day, like Yara Klassen, there was Aaron Monk in that group as well. It's just some people that have come from where they come from, and then to come back down to where they are to get back on the tours. This is the sort of thing that they need to keep their money tipping over to get them back on the tour and to give it a real good crack at actually giving it a go at the tour. It's the perfect prep for them, really. I think it's the live league. I think Robert Owen's destined to give the Pro Tour a good go as well. I don't think he's miles off it at all.
Who finished second and third in Group A today, Tiz?
Second and third today will have been, I think, Warburton, and it was
Cole.
Yeah, I think Jared Cole go Group B. So look, I've got a feeling Jared Cole might have finished in Group C. Again, Jared Cole, a great player.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. So yeah, he tops. So Scott Walters, he qualified automatically. Mike Warburton, second place, and then you had Reece Robinson, who had a great campaign, great group stage there. So he won 9 of his 15 games in that group. So Reece Robinson was third. So yeah, that was a quality group. That Conan Whitehead, Kai Fenelon, Jared Cole. I mean, really strong group. There was, I think, 4-3 results in a row earlier. It was just tight. Everything was tight. There's nothing to split between the players. So,
Right, which semi-final would you like, Tiz? Would you like Noppet, Ratajski or Searle Aspinall?
I'll take Searle and the Asp.
You take Searle and the Asp. I'll take Noppy against the Polish Eagle as Krzysztof Ratajski looks for a 10-dart leg, misses the 10, but will settle for a cheeky little 11-dart leg. That'll do.
Oh, come on.
Do you think the tour will increase? Not for a while. It will stay at 128 for a while. You remember these tour events don't actually make money, so it is these are propped up by other things. So no, I think it stays at 128 for a while. I tell you what, look.
Standard, your game's a bit good, isn't it?
Yeah, as I say, Searle's on fire this leg as well, as he looks set to make it 1-1.
Yeah.
But Noppy cuts the 180 in half. Great start to the leg, but then only 57. So Ratajski's had some cornflakes today, that's for sure.
I've been on the crunchy nut all morning, to be fair.
Ooh, do love a bowl of crunchy nut.
Can't beat it, mate. It was an offer at Co-op, so I dived right in there.
Nice.
Ryan still 1-0. This chair, I'm getting a new one. I'm going to have to get a new one. Can you hear it?
Yeah,
My
only a
word.
little bit. Let's get on Amazon
Yeah,
later,
just a little bit. Yeah, I think there's a new chair getting bought tonight. Bloody hell.
Noppy. Oh, he's missed the ball for a 164. The stream's behind. So I'll have a look to see how close he was as Ratajski looks to polish off tops for 2-zip. And he misses. Ratajski has missed 4 darts so far for 2-0. Let's see how close Noppy's dart of the ball was for the 164. Oh my. Oh,
Oh my, oh my.
It was close. But Ratajski misses 3 and is punished as Noppy steps in.
It's scrappy. Is this Aspinall versus Searle game at the moment, I think?
Scoring's been
There we go,
okay,
right.
but there's too many darts, isn't there, in between?
Yeah. No one's really sort of taking the game on.
How are we doing? Hazel, hope you are good. No, MVG's taken these 3 Pro Tours off from Blackpool. We went to have some family time on holiday because obviously he's away for the best part of a month in Australia and New Zealand. So took the opportunity to grab some family time. But Ryan Searle leads Sam.
Picked up a bit here, hasn't he? He's picked up a little bit here. 139, 138. He'll be happy with them visits. left double tops as well for 3-1. There we go. Ryan Searle, he's started to assert his dominance on the match against Nathan Aspinall, averaging 94 at the moment. The Asp averaging 82, but he starts off the fifth leg with a 180. So, potential 9-darter here, Phil. I've been trying to get one for so long now. Please, come on, the Asp. Give me a 9-darter. Fuck off. Nothing. 1-3-4. Sorry for the language. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so you throw 180, so yeah, good lad. Yeah. Strong like this.
Ratajski will be kicking himself. He should be 3-0 up. He's just 2-1 behind. This is.
Tell you what, if Searle takes this out now. Should go this. Should be 3-2, I imagine, here. Yeah, 3-2. Nathan Aspinall takes out 60 in 3 darts. Searle back on throw.
Ratajski for the big fish for a level game.
Come on, the fish. Come on.
Everyone loves the fish.
Ah. Let her swim. Let her play.
And we are level at 2 apiece. But Ratajski should be over halfway to victory by now. Averaging 104 on his level
at the moment. Searle's doing what he needs to do. Aspinall's not managing to find anything to counter this Searle dominance at the moment. Doesn't look like he's going to break throw here. Just not finding the trebles. For Searle to come back to. I think he'll fancy it.
Tommy says, who gave it the name The Big Fish? That was the wordsmith. That is Mr. Rod Stud.
So Searle needs double tops here to go 4-2 up. You'd fancy it, and he's done it in 1. No messing about here. He has to throw next, but he's going to have to get a march on if he's going to get the win here, because at this moment in time, Ryan Searle is absolutely dominating him. 97 average from Ryan Searle. Nathan Aspinall averaging 85. He's not managed to pick it up at all, but Ryan Searle has found his game. Your game, Phil, looks like it's packed with quality. Look at the averages.
Oh, yeah, look, it's been swinging one way, then the next. Danny Noppert has been a bit of the. He's taken a full advantage of the opportunities that Ratajski has given him. So you can't say fairer than that. But look, Ratajski should be in front. However, he's not.
Yeah.
So he has to find a way. Oof. Missed the ball for a 1-3-2. Again, he's had darts in this leg first. And if this 58 goes, Noppy will lead 3-2. And again, it could be 5-0. But that's the first mistake that Danny Noppert has made.
The Asp is just not able to find the treble at all. Some from the Asp, but is it going to be enough? Ryan Searle comes back. 152 on the board. Leaves 71. Aspinall has to take out this 130, you feel? He can't. Leaves 72. So Ryan Searle back up now with the opportunity to make it 5-2. Breaking throw again. Leaves 20. But this is pressure, though, for Nathan Aspinall. 72. Oh, that's not good at all. 49. Nathan Aspinall leaves. I think this game's just run away from him, to be honest with you. I think Ryan Searle, I can't see him slipping up from here. 5-2 now. There you go. I can't see how Ryan Searle loses from here. Ryan Searle with darts in hand to potentially make it 6-2. The Asp, he's just left himself too much to do, I think, Phil.
Yeah.
Nine. That's a hell of a first visit from Ryan Searle, though.
9.
9?
Nine.
9.
Bit of an N-Dubs reference coming on there.
Oh, 69. Oh, who said that?
Well, he doesn't, does he?
He's getting thrown about.
But did it on the stream tip as well. He's 9, 3 triple ones.
Is that actually what he's done? I thought it's anything he could have done, but wow.
Yeah, they had a bit of a laugh about it, Aspinall and Searle on the stream as well.
Brilliant. I'm going to say that's brilliant. It was either that or the triple. Well, yeah, the 5-1 and the triple one or something. But yeah, wow, 3 triple ones. I'm not sure I've ever seen that, to be honest.
At the old dog and duck, maybe, but not at this.
Yeah. I think my game is getting ever so close, Phil. We'll see. I see Aspinall can break here. The Asp. It's left tops. Could be a break, to be fair. A lot of pressure on this 144 for Searle now.
Noppy has one back for me.
Aspinall has one back for me as well. So this game now actually takes a little bit of a turn. Searle's average has dropped right down to 87. Aspinall's very poor at 80, to be honest. Both players are really struggling. But that was a particularly poor leg for Ryan Searle. Nathan Aspinall starts at 140 here. So could there be a swing here in this game?
Aspinall
Back
seems
to
to
back
have found something.
140s. Yeah, back to back 140s for Nathan Aspinall. He's found something in the locker. $64 to leave a 157 finish. Oh, Ryan Searle's just made it interesting with that 140 as well. Yeah, it's a great leg from Nathan Aspinall. He's found his form now, hasn't he? Leaves 20 there. You'd fancy him to take this out. Double 10. My favourite double, actually. There you go. One dart. 5-4. Now we have a game in our hands because a few minutes ago it looked like Ryan Searle was about to run away with this. Nathan Aspinall now takes the last 2 legs. Not playing his best darts, but he's just managed to pick up the pace a little bit here. Ryan Searle's completely tailed off. So Nathan Aspinall has an opportunity to overcome Ryan Searle here when he looked like he was absolutely buried, to be honest with you.
Yeah, in mine at the moment, Ratajski is just keeping Noppert at bay. Look, Ratajski has been the better player in this game, but he was giving Noppert opportunities. But since he's got himself in front with that break, he's just keeping him there at the moment, just doing enough, being very efficient. And this would put him within 1, Ratajski. Just again, he's letting Noppert off the hook there. Something that he's been doing regularly. He's been getting into situations and then letting him off. One, 4, 4 may have to go. And doesn't. So 48 to go within 1.
Yeah, big moments in both games. So Nathan Aspinall here. We've got Noppert there. Well done.
Hold to keep him there.
This is huge for Ryan Searle. He takes out 60 here. He's within 1 leg of the final. He's left it. He's left 20. Aspinall comes back to level. He did it in the last. Yeah, there you go. 1 dart again. 20 in the 9th leg. He's just checked out 20 again in the 10th leg to level it up. And Nathan Aspinall has the throw as well. What a turnaround here. Aspinall was 5-2 down, remember. He's now 5-0 with the darts in hand. And he started with 140. What a roller coaster this game's been. I wonder if anyone's backed the ass when he was when he looked like he was down and buried. He got decent odds there.
100%. Again, Ratajski just needs to be careful here. So on his throw, just don't give Noppy any incentive, and that has opened the door.
Have a nice evening, Kev. Just seen off for your dinner. Have a good one.
Have a good one, buddy. Yeah, Rosa said it there. Should never give Noppert opportunities. Absolutely.
No.
If this 106 goes and we end up level at 5 apiece, I genuinely have no idea because Ratajski has played the better darts.
Searle's just found that little bit of needle that he needed in this leg. Looks like he could be about to break. Comes back with 40 on the board. Fancy it. Huge leg. That is brilliant from Ryan Searle because he was really up against it there. 6-5 now, and he goes within 1 leg, and he has the throw here for the match. When the pressure was on, Ryan Searle steps up. Nathan Aspinall did so well. Found himself 5-2 down, leveled it up. Just couldn't find the darts he needed on throw there in the 11th leg. Ryan Searle did, though, and he is within a whisker of going through to the final. Question there in the chat room, Phil, from Tommy Tornado. Do you think Noppert will win another major?
This year or in general, this year I don't know, but do I think he'll win another major across his career? Yes, I do.
Same answer from me.
Yeah, in general, I do think he'll win another one.
The Asp is fighting back. He has 40 here. He needs to take this, though, because Ryan still does have a checkout if he comes back, although at a big ask. Aspinall double tops to take us through to a noble leg. Come on, Asp. Come on, the Asp. Let's give us a decider. And he's done it on his last dart as well. Pressure was on there. The Asp is now thrown for the match. What a game this has been.
I'm not far off you here, Tiz. Ratajski is also throwing for the match, but he has a leg cushion.
It's been a strange match. It's been a good watch. It's been a good match. It's been a good watch. The averages haven't been anything special. No one's really scored particularly big, but in terms of the actual drama of it, there's been a lot of it. So, yeah, it's been an entertaining one, this. Very difficult to call right now. At the moment, Arsenal has to be favourite, obviously. See if he can back up that 140. Yeah, it's looking good for the Asper. He's doing exactly what he needs to do. Leaves 227 after 2 visits. Very good stuff. Another treble here. And he has 1 foot in the door. Yeah, he's got 1 foot in the door, Phil.
In terms of Noppy's nickname, no, it's horrific. The Freeze.
Ooh, so that's cheeky. Surely you can't. Surely there couldn't be a 161 checkout here. Ooh, right. This would be mega. Ooh, 127. Who has the cojones?
What did Searle leave himself on?
He left 34 from 161.
I think he's missed the ball. I reckon. Yeah. I think he's missed the ball. I will confirm with you in a second on the stream. But Aspinall wins. Talking through it says, "Will I see what he hit or what he didn't hit?"
Yeah, strong last leg that from both players. To be honest with you, Aspinall 5-2 down at one point. Looked like he was dead and buried. Came back to 5-all. Searle 6-5 went 6-5 ahead. Aspinall forces a decider, and then Aspinall gets the deciding leg on throw. Both players really stepped it up in that last leg, gave it absolutely everything. We're not sure if Searle just missed a match start there. Phil's going to confirm this in a minute. No. But Aspinall gets the win, a mega comeback.
He didn't. What he did was 161, hit the 60 first dart, gone downstairs for treble 17, singled the 17, and then he's gone for the ball with his last dart anyway and plumbed it in the middle.
Ugh.
So there we have it. We have a final. It will be Nathan Aspinall taking on Krzysztof Ratajski. The number 5 seed will play the number 14 seed. And I've ended the poll, and the favourite in the poll has gone. Everyone thought it was Noppies, but it will not be. So we have a final. It'll be Nathan Aspinall, Krzysztof Ratajski, probably 5 or so minutes. So whilst we wait, again, chat room is open. 98 likes. Come on, guys. You know what to do.
I mean, that's so close to 100, isn't it?
That's what I mean.
I'm going to blow a kiss to whoever does 100. How's that for a prize?
Well, 97. No, joking.
There we go.
There we go.
I have my virus. I had coronavirus
Super.
earlier in the week, so you never know. So some lucky
You had the
person might have just
Rona?
caught it. Yeah, I had a bit of the Rona, didn't I?
Got the Rona.
Right, I want to know. Actually, this is a question. I want to know if anyone could beat my record of coronavirus. How many times do you reckon I've had the virus? Let's see if anyone can
4
get
or
this right in
5?
the chat room. See if anyone can get it in the chat room. I think I could be the epicenter.
The final will be back between 5 and 10 minutes. Not too long to wait.
Joe's thinking 4.
I've had it twice.
You got it twice.
Yeah.
That's not bad. Twice is all right. I think twice is reasonable. You've had it the same amount of times as there was 9 darters today, Phil. There was 2 9 darters. Is that right, Phil?
Yeah, 2 9 darters today.
2 9 darters today, ain't it?
Yeah, the question was, Tommy, how many times has Tiz had Rona?
We're asking all the important dart questions.
Yeah.
Three. So we've got 4 and a 3 in there. I'll give you a clue. So Phil's had it twice. It's more than Phil. What's plans for the rest of the day then, Phil? What have you got going on with your day, Phil?
Well, we were talking about this earlier. I've got a couple of bits to do, but I'm also going to watch a very sad program that I have recorded on my Sky Plus.
Oh yeah. What is this program, Philip?
The last ever episode of Neighbours.
Oh, fair one, mate. Fair one. Do you know what? I ain't watched it for a couple of years. I used to love a bit of Neighbours and Home Away back in the day.
We were saying it earlier.
Absolute slot on my couch.
Remember when we used to work in the office together, and that you were disgusted with my Neighbours knowledge, weren't you?
Yeah. I mean, I thought I had Neighbours knowledge. Yours was next level. You were neighbourhood watch, mate. That's what you were. I tell you what, it's a surprisingly nice day up in the north of the country here, Phil. It looks all right where you are as well. Looking at the, I can see the sun bouncing off your head. Is it nice down there?
That's just the light coming in. It's just been a bit overcast today. A bit of a.
Was it? No, it's been lovely, yeah. Surprised because it was supposed to be chucking it down. Who said it's grubbed off?
I'm like an honorary
Probably
Northerner anyway.
Brookside, anyone. Phil, you're a bit of the Brookside man, aren't you? It was a little bit before my time. I remember a few episodes. I remember
a bit of it. It wasn't a huge thing, but I do remember. I remember bits of it.
Yeah, I remember Jennifer Ellison. That's about it.
I don't know this Excalibur, but the Americans are bound to eat peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. If I had to have a guess, I'd go baggage.
I can imagine he tucks a few away.
Yeah. To be fair, I do love crunchy peanut butter. I'm not even going to hide the fact.
We've had this chat before. I don't get the peanut butter hype. That's just me. That is just me.
It's right up there. Again, anything you want answering, chuck them in. Oh no, Marmite's just wrong. Blech.
it's a weird one, Marmite, right? Because you're supposed to be. I sit on the fence of it, and you're not supposed to sit on the fence of it. You're supposed to love it or hate it. But I actually sit on the fence with it. So where's everyone watching it from today then? Where's everyone tuning in from? Twiglets is Marmite on sticks. Awful. Don't mind a Twiglet, you know. Twiglets are one of them. You got to get past that first 2 or 3 Twiglets. And then after that, you're kind of in then. It's just getting through that initial, like, oh, what was that? And then all of a sudden I'm in.
Where have we got in? Phillips in Germany, as always. Pleasure to have you in the chat room. Tommy, the Forest of Dean.
Forest of Dean.
It's good, but it's not quite Sherwood Forest.
Yeah. Dan fancies the ass to shoot the Polish eagle out of the sky, Phil.
What?
There's a picture. Scotland in the chat room. Here we go. USA's in. Canada. We're worldwide, Phil.
What's that?
We're worldwide. Canada.
Global.
Very global. Whereabouts in Canada are you at? Really want to get to Canada, mate.
Oh, it looks an amazing place.
Can we hear more of Tizzy's Scottish accent? I think I peaked there, to be honest with you. California Bay. Oh, that is nice. I gather there's a heat wave over in Germany as well for Philip. What temperatures are you getting over there, Phil? So I've got a mate over there. He's in Hanover, coincidentally, where I was born. One for the viewers out there, a bit of public inside knowledge. I was born in Hanover, and my mate's there at the moment. Says there's a bit of a heat wave going on.
Well, to be fair, the World Cup the other day, or the other week, sorry, it was ridiculous in Frankfurt.
Was it? What, boiling?
Yeah.
Scalzi, Alina asks, when will the schedule for next Friday be online?
Next Friday. Next Friday is what event are you on about, Alina? Are we talking the World Series event or?
So, mate, I've got the English passport. My dad was in the army, so he was serving over in Hanover Way when I was born, basically. So, yeah, I was born in a little hospital in Germany.
The Queensland event. So the World Series event. I would imagine the draw would be at some point this late this week, early next week. I would imagine. Harry, I can't divulge that information until Friday or Saturday. But they're all good. We've got some debuts. We've got some debuts coming up as well, which is always good. Ooh. Fallon does return as well at some point soon.
Big. 105 likes. There we go, Phil. It's creeping up again.
Smashing it.
How many subscribers are we on now, Phil? 26.4K. Go on. Doing
Need to get to
numbers.
30 by the worlds. That's the aim. That's the goal. 30 by the worlds.
30 by the worlds. I've got faith. 33 degrees in Hanover at the moment. Wowzers. God, I wish I was over there. What's everyone's score predictions then? What are we going for, guys? Eight five, the Asp from Tommy.
I think Ratajski's going to do it.
Think Ratajski?
Yeah.
I put Ratajski in the poll earlier. When you put the poll up, I did go Ratajski, to be fair. Josh thinks it's going to be a tight one. Thinks it's going to go all the way. 8-7, Ratajski's gone.
I'm going 8-6 Ratajski.
Tell you what, it's 50-50 in the chat room.
Yeah, I'm going 8-6 Ratajski. I'm going for. Oh, we have gone to warming up.
Oh, it's warming up. It's like a Hanover heat wave in there. It's getting that hot.
Feeling hot, hot, hot.
Phil's changed his mind. Can't change your mind, Phil. Can't change it. If you're on the weakest link, you wouldn't be able to change your mind, would you? Sam reckons Aspinall seems to be fatiguing as the day's gone on. Came strong just at the end, though, when he needed to in that match against Searle. Told me Tornado, the weakest link, the worst game show. I raise you, tipping point. Not into it. Not a fan of tipping point. I say what else I don't like, actually. I'm going to say it. Pointless. Don't like it. You've got Pointless on at the same time as the Chase. If you're watching Pointless at that time, you're dead to me. Chase all the way. I don't understand why you'd go on Pointless. You end up walking away with like $2,000 if you win it. If you're lucky enough to win it. $2,000. What's the point?
Game on. We are live. And Aspinall has won the ball. So here we are. Game on, everyone. We are ready to rock and roll in the final of Players' Championship 22. So here we go. Strong start.
Let's see if anyone can call the biggest checkout. Let's see if anyone can call the biggest checkout in the match. What number are you going for, Phil, for the biggest checkout?
121.
121. Good shout.
Anyway,
Barney
Tim,
for
you didn't tell
136.
us. How many times have you had Rona?
Oh, how many times have I Corona? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How the fuck is
Five.
Tis still alive?
5 times a Rona.
Yeah, 5 times a Rona. My Corona.
So here we go. Aspinall takes the opener. Scrappy, but underway. Is this an opportunity already for the Aspinall to break through?
Back to back 140s. He's going the right way about it.
And he has effectively stolen the darts in leg 2. Is the Asp making a huge... Oh, my.
Who's doing the new... Yeah, Tommy, I've just seen this. Speaking of game show, Bullseye, they need to leave it alone. They brought it back, haven't they? Is that right, Phil?
Horrific.
Did they bring it back? Who's done it?
Horrific.
Who's done it? It's not Freddie Flintoff, is it? Who is it?
Alan Carr.
Alan Carr. Interesting.
Yeah. It just doesn't work.
No, it's different.
I like Alan Carr as a comedian.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
As a host of Bullseye, not a chance. But the Asp has
Is it-
broken his and then started with a 140. This is turning into dominance by the Asp.
He's loving these 140s to start legs off, isn't he? Can he back up again? Let's have a look. Oh, he's gone one better. Yeah, beauty.
Peter Wright lost in the opening round to David Pallett. He played well, played very well, but it wasn't enough.
That's the live league, that for you, Phil. Don't want to be messing with a live league legend like David Pallett.
No. Aspinall
He's been on fire, by
47
the way, David Pallett.
after 9. I think Aspinall's had a word with himself. In that 10-minute break, I think Aspinall's had a word with himself.
I think so. 12 dart leg. Well done.
Averaging 109 right now.
Make it look a little bit too easy. Dave Spikey did it as well, did he, Bullseye?
Interesting.
I'd say Dave Spikey would be more suited to it. Still faith in the comeback in there.
He needs this leg though.
Does, yeah, in the chat room, there's still faith in the comeback. Can the Asp puts any sort of pressure on here?
not enough. So Ratajski can breathe a little bit easier. But this 52 has to go. He needs a clean kill to get himself into this final. And it does go. That'll give him confidence. Have you done your fantasy team yet, Tez?
I've actually done it. I've done the official Barclays one. Yeah, I've not done the Sky Bet one or the Sun or anything. I've done the official. I feel like I'm trying to talk over my chair at the moment. I've done the official Barclays one. Have you got yours in?
Yeah, I'm going to change it, but I picked a 15, but I'm going to change it.
I picked a squad rather than 11. I don't know if that's the right approach or not. It's been a while since I've done it.
Yeah.
So I've picked like a strong squad. But I look at it and going, should I be honing in more on certain positions, if you know what I mean? Who do you think? Who's you going to be like? Who's your boy this year? Who do you think is going to be your star player in the team? Who do you captain?
Kane, obviously.
You've gone Kane, have you? I'm not gone Kane this year. So I've gone for so here's a little stat for you, Phil. I've gone for him. Gabriel Jesus. He's the most picked player ever in fantasy football this season. I think 71% of people who are doing fantasy football have picked Gabriel Jesus.
I've got Jesus in, but I'm still not convinced he's the answer.
Not convinced, but you've gone for it anyway, yeah. Because you secretly love Arsenal.
Well, he's going to play every week, is the thing. But you're still pinning your hopes on a forward that hasn't scored more than 20 Premier League goals in a season in a team like Manchester City that create chances galore. I appreciate he hasn't started an awful lot, but he still had decent runs that he hasn't scored goals in a team where you get a million chances.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he's looked good in pre-season. Arsenal have looked good in pre-season themselves. I've backed it for the price. Because there's a massive leap, wasn't there, in prices between Jesus and then your big boys like your Haalands and your Salahs and all them lot.
Big moments here. Aspinall now 4-1 in front. It's a hold, but Ratajski's going to have to find a mark somewhere. He's going to need, and that's not enough. This could be over in double quick time.
Yeah, it's not the final we expected, is it, at the moment? I thought it was going to be tight.
My whole back, all five of my defenders are fullbacks that bomb on.
Are they?
Yeah.
Who have I gone for? To be fair, I'm not far off yet. I've got four fullbacks that kind of bomb on as well, and a centre half in Connor Cody. Let me guess your fullbacks then, Phil. You've got Trent in there.
Yeah.
Reece James.
Yeah.
Zinchenko.
No.
I've got Zinchenko. I tell you, I know you've got Trippier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew you'd have Trippier. I've got him as well. So I've got one more to get from you, Eva. Two more fullbacks to get from you. I don't know if have you got Robertson?
No, one's a red herring.
Because you, let's be honest, you don't spend all your money in defence here. There's got to be a cheaper. She's got to be a cheaper option in here as a fullback. So I'm thinking your cheap option is a fullback. You've gone with Walker Peters, someone like along the lines.
Jamie's got it in the chat room. He's got one of them.
Chilwell. You like a bit of Ben, don't you?
Well, I just think that Chelsea are going to play. I just think Chelsea are going to play with wing backs, so they'll just be bombing on.
So you got a cheap option as well.
Oh, big moments there. Aspinall was broken again. 17.
Oh, it's near enough this now, isn't it?
Up against it. So my rogue one, he's down as a defender, but I'm not convinced he's going to play there.
I'm
Give
not
you a
convinced
clue. He
he's
plays
playing
for us.
there. Eric. No, he's not fullback though, is
Perisic.
he? Perisic. He's down as a defender.
Yeah. Yeah.
Great job.
I'm just seeing it on the
Tell you
stream
what,
there
yeah.
now. Big celebrations from the Asp. Big moments here. This is almost demolition territory, Tiz.
It really is. I don't see Rethinking getting out of it, to be honest with you. Aspinall's playing blinded in this match. 103 average at the moment. 115 in this leg, is it? Oh. Not letting anything drop, is he?
42 after 12.
I mean, he's going to have to take the big fish out. And he's not going to get a chance at it. So, 6-1.
He's not going to get
He's going this way so quick.
2 away, the Asp. This is demolition territory. Averaging nearly 104. The conflicting performances. Only averages 87, 27 in the semi-final, 91 in the quarter-final. And then all of a sudden, he finds a huge tongue topper.
What a game.
Outstanding.
Midfield,
What's that?
who have you got in midfield?
So, this is probably where I'm going to change. But at the moment, I've got Zaha,
So,
Donny van der Beek.
Van
It's
der
only
Beek.
5.5 million. It's only 5.5
Right,
mil.
okay.
That's my
Got
cheap option. And if he plays, it's a master stroke.
Fair one.
Coutinho,
Yeah.
St. Maximin,
Ah, my guy. Yeah.
and Kulishevsky. Again, I've picked him because he's down as a midfielder, but he's going to play as part of a front three.
I feel you.
So it's like having an extra attacker.
So I have gone with Ward-Prowse, Sterling,
Yeah.
Zaha, Maddison, and Odegaard as my 5.
And then up front, I've gone Kane, Jesus, and Mitrovic.
Now I have gone Jesus, Darwin, and Mitrovic as well. So we're relying on Mitrovic to get a couple. The better starting
He's my
this time
cheap
because
He's my cheap option. You know he's going to play every week, so you can just stick him in.
last time we didn't play him in the Premier League, did they? When Scott Parker was doing it. Was it Scott Parker who was in charge last time?
Yeah.
He was always off the bench, wasn't he? It was stupid.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed. Anyway, darts is on.
Matysky has missed. If this goes, stick a fork in him.
He's done.
Romeo.
2 multiplied by 10 plus 1. He's done. Romeo
One
done.
away. And this is an absolute rout.
It's embarrassing. I hope his family's not watching.
To be fair, Aspinall's been brilliant. Absolutely sensational.
Steps it right up, hasn't he? Started the semi-final pretty slow, and then his last 12 darts in this competition, 12 legs of darts in this competition have been superb.
Yeah. Yeah. Ratajski just not had the answers, although this is a slack leg for Aspinall. So Ratajski will still have to believe. He'll still think he can get something from it.
We still believe. We still believe. It's coming out. It's coming out. It's coming.
I loved it when they gate crashed the press conference. That was genius.
Brilliant. Go on, the girls.
So, 32 for Ratajski. Does get one back. It is a break of throw.
Yeah.
Look, Aspinall won't be panicking just yet. He's still got a fairly decent cushion. But he won't want to let Ratajski grow into this. He'll want to get this done at the earliest opportunity.
I'm gonna have a serious argument with my chair. Honest to God. I feel like I don't know, like an old woman that every time we move, you hear bones clicking. Shout out to all the old women out there.
I'll tell you what, Aspinall just needs to find that scoring power again. The last leg in that's more like it. I was like, the last leg in a bit, it's just dropped off. So Aspinall leaves the Shanghai. Can Ratajski just tap him on the shoulder?
Sure, you better not start
Can.
fucking mowing the grass.
So this is the one. Ratajski's won back-to-back legs. It's now Aspinall's throw. This is the one he just wants to get it done. Does not want a double break coming back for Ratajski.
I've just seen someone on the street, Phil. She's walked past my house with lawnmower. She better not start now. It's big moments, this. Words will be had. We don't need that sort of noise.
Just looking on the stream now, Aspinall's getting a bit red round the cheeks. Is he starting to feel it a little bit? The average has dropped by 5 or 6 points. But only
Can we see another
60
comeback? The Aspinall looked like he was out of it against Searle. 5-2
That's
down,
better from
remember?
Aspinall. That's a nugget of gold.
We did the same there.
When he needed it, he's found a 140. There you go. I've dropped the World Championship race in the chat room now. 2 seconds.
I'm just getting my
Only
assistant
55.
to sort it now.
If this is a 177, Aspinall is under it. That's still enough, Tiz. That's still enough.
Yeah.
Aspinall on a 2 darter if he gets a go. Oh, Ratajski's missed.
Could be it.
Aspinall breathes again. He'll want me. He'll be willing this in, Tiz. Willing it.
Think so. And that is it.
Nathan Aspinall is over the line.
Good lad.
It was getting a little bit nervy, but the Asp holds on, Tiz.
A little bit of tungsten tension at the end there, but the Asp does enough. It was all about that semi-final for me, that comeback, because he was out of it. 5-2 down.
Yeah.
That's where he's won this. He's not won in the final, he's won it in that semi-final. Brilliant stuff.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And we just seen it on the stream now. We've seen the celebrations. Krzysztof Ratajski, as always, brilliant in defeat, but you could see what it means to the Asp. And we all know he has his eyes on a return to the Premier League. He made that well known at the match play to Gob's disgust.
He'll be buzzing.
But it was all about the Premier League for him, and he has gotten the job done. Congratulations to Nathan Aspinall. We return tomorrow in the morning, 9:30. The live league Group C gets underway, and then from 11:55, myself and Dan will be on all day for Players Championship 23. It's been a superb day, Tiz.
What a day. What a day. Unbelievable stuff, Phil. Loved it. Live league onto the Pro Tour. Smashed it, haven't I?
It's what we've done. Right, we are going to sign off now. Everyone, enjoy your evening. We will sign you out. Tiz, I'll see you on the other side. I'll run through that stuff with you that you messaged me about. So, everyone, thank you very much for joining us. I've been Phil Barr, Sam Tizzle, and of course, Henry Deacon was on earlier as well. We have been Online Darts, and we will see you all very, very soon.
This is just the beginning.
Level.